The great hall was heavy with anticipation. Dumbledore rose from his seat, his eyes twinkling behind his glasses as he surveyed the room. "As I understand it," he began, his voice calm yet commanding, "the House Cup must be awarded. The final points stand as follows. In fourth place, Gryffindor, with 322 points. A dull round of claps echoed around the hall. Gryffindor students clapped out of habit, not spirit. Their faces were glum. Harry looked like he'd lost his last chocolate frog. Ron stared blankly at the table, and Hermione was glaring. Not at anyone in particular, just burning holes in the air. In third place, Hufflepuff, with 352. In second, Slytherin, with 421. And at the top, Ravenclaw, with 473 points. This time, the applause was louder, more genuine. Ravenclaw students were practically bouncing, goblets clinking in triumph. Cho Chang and her friends were pounding the table in celebration, and honestly, they had every right to. They'd played the game and won. But then came the infamous Dumbledore pause. That deliberate stillness. The air shifted. Yes, well done, Ravenclaw, truly. His tone changed subtly. However, recent events must be taken into account. The cheers died mid-clap. A hush fell over the great hall like a dropped curtain. Ravenclaws quieted, some of the older students catching on immediately. Their smiles didn't vanish, but they thinned. They were clever, after all. They knew what was coming. Dumbledore cleared his throat, not so much to speak as to soften the tension. "I have a few last-minute points to award." Hermione stiffened beside me. I could feel the tension in her shoulders. I already knew what was coming. "First, to Miss Hermione Granger," he continued, "for exceptional intelligence and calm reasoning in the face of great danger, Gryffindor is awarded 50 points. Hermione blinked, frozen for a beat. Then, as if waking from a spell, she turned slowly, her expression unreadable. I gave her shoulder a light pat. She eventually smiled, not with the breathless excitement she might have once shown, but something more collected, mature. My influence, perhaps. The Gryffindors erupted in cheers. The same students who had spent all year mocking her for being a know-it-all were now acting like her biggest fans. The hypocrisy was nauseating, but I swallowed my irritation. This was Hermione's moment. Next, Dumbledore went on, to Mr. Harry Potter for unwavering courage and nerve in the face of adversity. Gryffindor receives 60 points. It was as if someone had dropped a bomb of enthusiasm. The roar of Gryffindor's table shook the ceiling. Harry, now the subject of everyone's attention, blushed fiercely and gave a sheepish grin. Hermione leaned in and whispered with a sly smirk, "Who knew someone could earn points while unconscious?" I couldn't help but laugh, though the noise was completely lost in the chaos. Dumbledore lifted a hand and the room gradually settled again. "There are many forms of bravery," he said. "It takes courage to stand up to our enemies, but it takes even more to stand up to our friends. For this, I award 25 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom." A few gasps slipped through the room. "And 25 points to Mr. Ronald Weasley for his loyalty and resolve, even in the face of danger." Okay, that last part was clearly a stretch, but no one dared say it out loud. Hermione let out a snort laugh so sudden she had to slap a hand over her mouth. Ron, meanwhile, turned the color of a ripe tomato, unsure whether to grin or hide. The numbers were in. Gryffindor had just taken the lead. The hall exploded. It was absolute madness. Ravenclaws stared in stunned disbelief, Slytherins glared daggers, and Gryffindors, well, they lost their minds. Only Hermione and I remained seated, sipping pumpkin juice like we were watching a circus unfold. Dumbledore raised his voice over the din. "Which means, the decorations must be changed." He clapped once. The blue and bronze banners of Ravenclaw lifted as if caught in a gust of wind, fluttering away to reveal deep red and gold, emblazoned with the proud lion of Gryffindor. The transformation was magical, dramatic, and probably salt in the wound for the Ravenclaws. Across the room, Snape was being forced to shake McGonagall's hand. The look on his face was exquisite, like he'd swallowed a lemon whole. McGonagall, to her credit, looked positively smug. And then, the feast began. Joy bubbled through the hall as food appeared on every table. Platters clinked, laughter echoed, and students devoured everything in sight. The celebration was loud, chaotic, and thoroughly Gryffindor. The next morning brought with it something even more shocking than the House Cup upset exam results. Harry and Ron passed. Hermione and I stared at the parchment in disbelief. She looked at me, wide-eyed. Did Dumbledore bribe the examiners? I muttered. Hermione only shook her head, looking like she was reconsidering the laws of reality. I cursed the old man under my breath. But the real surprise. Hermione and I tied for first, top of the class. I got bonus points for transfiguration, but potions, well, Snape had clearly done a number on me. If not for that, I might have edged her out. As it stood, it was a draw. I glared at my potion marks. Next year, I told myself. Next year, he's mine. I sat at the edge of my bed, elbows on knees, letting the silence of the room settle around me. Another year done. I hadn't expected to enjoy it so much, truthfully. The classes got repetitive halfway through, an unfortunate side effect of having a perfect memory. Once you've memorized the syllabus, there's only so much you can pretend to be interested. Next year, I'd shift the bulk of our training into the Room of Requirement. With its ability to provide anything I needed, targets, obstacles, even enemies, it was the ideal location. I'd have to show Hermione how to access it properly. My mind wandered to the Pendragon family vault. Supposedly, it was guarded by a Hungarian horntail now. Originally, it was meant to be protected by an iron belly, but someone apparently thought a horntail was an upgrade. I smirked. Can't argue with taste, I suppose. Still, I wondered what was actually inside. Nothing of great monetary value remains. Over the centuries, your family's assets were stripped away in raids. At one point, they integrated into the wizarding world in secret, but it didn't last. When the attacks began, they vanished again, taking what they could. But some things were left behind. Not for lack of importance, but by design. That disappointed me more than I expected. Something was left. What could be so important that it wasn't taken with them? A ring, he said simply. A ring? I repeated, unimpressed. You're telling me this whole vault business is for some trinket? Not just any trinket, idiot. It holds power, raw, ancient power. It can only be used a few times before it breaks. This will be its last use. But it will allow us to speak with someone crucial. Of course, he wouldn't elaborate. He never did. So, we go to the vault, get the ring. Simple. Wrong. You have the right to access the vault as a dragon wielder, but you still need a key. I groaned. Of course we do. Where is it? America. I blinked. What? More specifically, hidden within Ilvermorny, the American School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, deep within a sealed chamber. I stared at the floor, utterly incredulous. Why the hell is it there? It was your great-grandfather's doing. When I was sealed inside him, he placed the key there for safekeeping. He had ties with the headmaster at the time. We can't just ask for it. It was hidden without anyone else's knowledge. Which means, we're enrolling in Ilvermorny. We'll need to retrieve the key before the new year. I slumped backward onto the bed with a groan. Unbelievable. So, after Hawaii, I'm staying in the States. Fantastic. I've officially become the story's Professor Quirrell. All I need now is a curse on the back of my head. Enough whining. This is necessary. With the time we'll have about 3 months, we can prepare at our own pace. Rushing would be dangerous. Mistakes could get people killed. I knew he was right, but it didn't stop me from being annoyed. 3 months, so much for my quiet year. I was hoping to just sit back, watch a few students get petrified, and swoop in at the right time. Instead, I was being shoved into another grand plan. One with international travel, secret chambers, and more bloody complications. And let's not forget, I added with a groan, you're dragging me into that stupid trial nonsense too. I wish it were harsher. Maybe then you'd shut up, he snapped. We bickered for a while longer before the exhaustion won out. I got up and pulled on the only set of clothes that still fit. Barely. I'd grown too fast. When I walked out, Hermione was curled up on the couch, eyes closed. She wore an oversized yellow jumper, blue jeans, and white sneakers. She looked peaceful. I sat down beside her quietly. We exchanged a few words, light and easy, before heading to the kitchen to grab something quick. Today, we'd planned to visit the lake finally. After a year buried in study, plans, and paranoia, we'd agreed to just be normal. For a few hours, at least. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed it: the sunlight, the breeze off the water, the simple joy of just existing outside the shadow of war and destiny. Hermione had reached the same conclusion. So today, we'd reclaim that small piece of peace. Tomorrow, we'd chase keys, face legends, and march toward chaos again. But today, we'd breathe.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
We walked towards the kitchen and met the hardworking house elves again. Hermione didn't have that complicated look filled with pity and sadness with a hint of anger. She was used to it and was determined to change the views and laws concerning elves, which I liked. It would give her a goal. She didn't come off as an aggressive fighter type, but more of calm behind-the-scenes type. But that did not take away from the fact that she actually knocked me to the ground once during our duels. I was very happy to see that happen. It meant that 1, I couldn't slack off, and 2, that Hermione was getting incredibly comfortable using spells in quick succession. We asked for some burgers and chucked them into a basket that I carried as we made our way over to the lake. It was a nice summer day, it wasn't that hot, and the wind was refreshing. It only got better when we actually reached the body of water, though. We set up the blanket and placed the basket in front of us and began to eat as we saw the Weasley twins messing with the giant squid in the lake. I realized something. It wasn't magic that pulled the boats when we arrived and when we would leave, but it was actually the squid. It also puzzled me for a while as to how the squid got here in the first place. I thought that maybe this was why Newt Scamander was expelled, but then threw the idea away since it wasn't said to be the reason for his expulsion. I then theorized that there was actually a type of passageway that led to different bodies of water. Like the ocean or other lakes, for example. That would explain how the Drumstring School appeared David Jones style from under the lake. They went through the passageway. So that meant that the squid wasn't always here, and why it didn't show itself when the Tri-Wizard tournament occurred. It simply wasn't there to begin with. Very interesting stuff. We spent a good couple of hours chatting happily, surrounded by lush green grass, flowers, and butterflies flying around doing their own thing. "Tom, what are you going to be doing over the holidays?" asked Hermione as she leaned back on her hands. "Well, me and my family will be going to Hawaii for a vacation for about 2 weeks, which will be nice. And then I'll stay there since I'll be transferring over to Ilvermorny School of Magic," I said calmly. Hermione could be seen nodding calmly until I mentioned transferring. She turned towards me in a split second and looked me in the eye. What? Why? How? When? She spat out quickly and incoherently. I placed my hands on her shoulders to calm her down slightly. Relax, I'll be back by New Year. I just wanted to see what American school will be like, I lied. What else am I supposed to say? Hey Hermione, don't worry, I'll just be imitating Professor Quirrell and steal something from the school. Sure, she would drown me in the lake if I said that. She seemed to calm down for a moment and looked out into the lake with a pensive look. What if I came with you? I always wanted to know what America was like, she asked. I flinched. I did not need her coming with me. I need to work, not pretend to be a student in front of others and Hermione. That would simply be too tiring and cumbersome. Would your parents let you? I asked. There was no way of telling her not to come without sounding suspicious. No, they wouldn't, she said dejectedly. I couldn't help but cheer slightly in my heart. Thank God. One obstacle was avoided successfully. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. Anyway, that's my plans. What are yours? I asked, trying to divert the conversation. I could see Hermione beam a brilliant smile when I said that. I'll be going to France. There are a lot of things there, including their own Ministry of Magic, stores and history. I look forward to going through it all, she said excitedly. I was glad that she was off my case and smiled. I was happy for her. For someone like Hermione, going to another country and exploring their magical history was like a haven. We soon packed up our things and made our way back to our rooms. The next few days passed quickly since Hermione and me spent time together going around looking at all the things there was to see at Hogwarts. We even got permission from McGonagall and went to Hogsmeade and to the Hogshead, where I caught a glimpse of Aberforth Dumbledore. Naturally, we didn't drink anything and left quickly. At some point, we arrived at the Shrieking Shack and decided to go inside. There was a passage here that the Marauders used to get in and out of the school. Naturally, this was the place where Sirius revealed himself in the third year. We didn't stay long, but I gave the place one last meaningful glance before leaving. The day had arrived for us to leave back home. Seamus, Dean, and I were sitting on our beds talking about random things. Seamus had a crush on some girl from Ravenclaw, which surprised me slightly. Dean, being the studious one, didn't notice the opposite gender much and stuck to his book, which I found commendable. Naturally, I knew he would lose that when he dated Ginny, but that didn't matter. Seamus then transitioned rather oddly to his mother and what he would be doing when he got home. Dean did the same, and when they heard about my plans, they were slightly saddened. We had been getting along much better over the course of the second half of the year. They were surprisingly fun people to hang around, and unlike a certain duo, they didn't do stupid shit all the time. Except for Seamus, he blew things up whenever he got the chance. Accidentally or intentionally, it was still to be determined. We packed up our things, and when we walked out of the men's wing, I joined up with Hermione, which earned me the reproachful looks of Seamus and Dean. But that look soon turned into a mischievous one as they gave me a thumbs up. Made me laugh, which was fine. I simply nodded and winked slightly, which stunned them into a stupor. They stood there rooted, looking at me as I walked beside Hermione. As we walked through the corridors, I was almost reluctant to leave. I would miss this place. And the funny thing was, I didn't know why. But I accepted it and moved on. We went past the courtyard and down the winding steps from which we ascended when we first arrived a year ago. Hagrid was already waiting there for us. We didn't take long to get in the boats. Seamus, Dean, Hermione, and I sat in the boat. The lads decided to join since there were 2 spots left, and I quickly chose them over the dumb duo that was making their way over. The boats soon began to move along, and I couldn't help but lean my head out the side of the boat only to see a kraken-looking beast looming underneath. I would be lying if I said I wasn't slightly scared. It was massive. I always had massive respect for the ocean and its creatures. This one was no exception, and I quietly sat on the boat itching to get off. Even if I knew that it wasn't going to do anything and that it would even help me if I fell in, it was still an unreasonable fear I had. It didn't take long for us to reach the other end, and I was the first one to touch land. It really was like the saying said, "Ignorance is bliss." Thankfully, it was a one-year thing since we would be taking the carriages from next year onwards. We soon arrived at the train station at Hogsmeade, where the iconic red and black steam train waited quietly for the students to get on. I saw Harry receiving a book which I knew had pictures of his parents. A good thing to have. Me and Hermione parted ways with Seamus and Dean since they went to find their other friends. I followed behind Hermione as she found an empty compartment for the both of us. Once inside, we locked the door so that there would be no interruptions and got comfortable. It would be a several-hour-long train ride back to London, so there was plenty of time to chat. Unlike how we met though, Hermione sat next to me comfortably as she read her book happily. I smiled slightly and leaned my chin on my hand, which was resting on the window ledge. I looked at the students pass by as they hurried to find their places. It wasn't long before the train departed, and I took one last look at Hogwarts in the distance. It would be around half a year before I would return to this place. It was going to get very busy from now on. There was a lot to do in the coming years. It was constant busyness. Going to America, getting the key without being caught, coming back, dealing with the issue at Hogwarts, devouring the Horcrux successfully without repercussions. And then there was the vault to get into. Those were just the most immediate things. There was still a ton to do. The plan was set in motion the moment my foot landed in Hawaii, and I was looking forward to it. I talked to Hermione as much as I could since I wouldn't be seeing the nerdy girl for a long time. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that I would miss her. I would not be able to send letters to her since sending letters by owl was impossible. I would be out of contact with her the moment I set off to Hawaii. So, I made sure to spend time with her as I did over the past week. But it was short-lived as she fell asleep not long after. Her head rested on my shoulder and she quietly slept. I only sighed and looked out the window and admired the steep mountains, the waterfalls, and the wildlife that could be briefly seen before vanishing off to the side. The train continued forward until we arrived back in London. I looked at the still sleeping Hermione and gently woke her up. She looked around in confusion and then at me. There was silence before she realized what happened. I looked at her calmly as she blushed slightly before fixing her messy, untamable hair. "We have arrived, get yourself ready, we'll be getting off soon," I told her. She nodded silently and looked out the window and saw the busy street before it was covered by brick, and then a colorful train station came into view. Before the train had even stopped, Hermione and I had already packed up and stood right outside the door. That way we could avoid the crush from the students swarming out. The doors slid open and we hopped out, took our luggage quickly and stood to the side. It was just in time, as the students rushed out like a plague of locusts. We went through the wall and appeared back in the muggle world. It had been so long since I had come back, and the first thing I saw was black and white. There were no vibrant colors, none of the usually cheerful and vibrant life that could be seen daily in the magical world. "You noticed it too, right, Tom?" asked Hermione with a helpless smile. I nodded. The muggle world really was bland and boring. "That is the appeal of the magical world," she said. "That is why wizards are so clueless about the outside. The few that have ventured out for long periods of time only did so once. It is too colorless, boring, and plain. I feel detached from this place, even when I lived here all my life. she said with a complicated expression. I understood her perfectly. I almost wanted to return right this moment. It was simply a contrast of night and day. We shook our heads and walked side by side as we head out. We had told our parents when we would be arriving, and it didn't take long for me to spot Luke, who was leaning against his Mercedes-Benz in a long coat. His trimmed beard and black hair with framed glasses made him look smart and handsome. Hermione's parents weren't far away, and when all three of them saw us, they walked towards us. We soon became a party of 5. "Tom," said Luke as he embraced me in a tight hug. I hugged him back with a smile. "How have you been, old man?" I said jokingly. "HMPH. Who are you calling old, kid?" he said, raising his chin proudly. His actions made me laugh. It brought back the many memories of such conversations. Hermione hugged her parents tightly for a moment before letting go. "Tom, these are my parents, Jean and Paul Granger." "Dad, Mum, this is Thomas Knight, my friend and classmate," she said happily. I walked over and shook hands with Paul. "Nice to finally meet you, Mr. Granger. Your daughter speaks very highly of you and your no-sugar policy," I said with a chuckle. It was a good icebreaker as Paul laughed before looking at the now embarrassed Hermione. "Is that so? I'm glad she talks about me. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Knight. Our little girl has mentioned you quite a few times," he said with a smile. I was surprised and looked towards the now completely red-faced Hermione. Who would have thought?" I said teasingly. "This is my father, Luke Knight," I said, introducing Luke to them. It didn't take long for them to begin to chat, which allowed me and Hermione to say our goodbyes. I approached her only to receive a light punch to the arm. "Must you embarrass me so much, Tom?" she said with a pouting face. But it soon turned into a giggle as she hugged me. I reciprocated and leaned into her ear. "Beware of its gaze, you smears," I whispered vaguely. She tried to let go, but I held her in place. "I will not be seeing you for a long time, Hermione. Promise me you will work hard and stay alert while at school," I said solemnly. She was silent for a while. "I promise," she said softly. "I will see you soon. Try not to kill those 2 idiots while I'm gone, okay?" She nodded weakly. I ruffled her frizzy hair into a mess before turning around and walking away. Luke and the Grangers were surprised by our little interaction, but I only nodded, said my farewells and walked away with Luke, who had a grin on his face. Paul had an odd smile and Jean giggled just like Hermione would. Me and Luke soon got in the car and drove away. Hermione stared at Tom's back before raising her left hand to her head. She stomped angrily as she tried to fix her hair while glaring at the car he got into. But all that vanished when she thought about what he said just before. "What did he mean by that?" she mumbled as she bowed her head in thought. "Once again, Tom seems to know things that don't make sense, and he mentioned school. It might be connected. Knowing him, he should know something I don't. TCH, just like him to keep it a secret. Let's just hope that he's wrong and nothing will happen at school next year," she murmured in thought with a slight frown. She did not want problems since that would be troublesome, especially with Tom being gone. She once again steeled her resolve to study offensive magic. The Grangers looked at their daughter with a helpless smile before ushering her into the car and driving away in the opposite direction. That would help with the situation. This way, she would at least remember my words when the basilisk was unleashed. Naturally, I would get there pretty early into the attacks. But in case I'm delayed, the latest I'll come back is January. Since at that point I'll just blow a hole in the school and steal the key. Time waits for no man. But let's hope it doesn't come down to that. "I didn't know you decided to start socializing, and even more so with a girl. Finally, I say, you were always such a loner." "Let's just hope she's just as studious as you are," he said helplessly. I almost choked on the water I was drinking. Luke looked at me questioningly. If only you knew. If you're calling me studious, then I don't really know what you would call her, I said with a chuckle. Luke was surprised when he heard that. You aren't lying, are you? As if the one girl you meet just so happens to be just like you, he said skeptically. Well, that's how it is, take it or leave it. But moving on to another subject, I have something serious to talk to you and Diana about, I said solemnly. Luke's smile faded slightly and he nodded seriously. It was a nice calm car ride home. The scenery didn't change since I had left, and everything was the same. The park near my house was still full of kids, albeit different ones from when I was there last since most of them had grown up by now. There were parents pushing swings and people running around. It wasn't weird since everyone wanted to make the most out of the summer holidays. We soon arrived back home and upon seeing Diana, I gave her a big warm hug before sitting down at the table. Diana, who was informed that I had something serious to say, sat at the table with Luke and quietly stared at me. Seeing this, I nodded. Drac cast that magic concealing spell. I want to use magic, I said in my head. Got it. I pulled out my wand to the surprise of Luke and Diana and cast the Muffliato spell. They looked at me questioningly since they didn't see or feel any change. Don't tell me you're failing classes, Luke joked. I smiled before shaking my head. No, it was a muffling spell. This way our conversation will not be heard by unwanted characters, I explained. Why would you need that? He asked. There shouldn't be anyone listening into our house of all houses, he asked skeptically. You can never be too safe. Plus, what I'll be saying next is incredibly sensitive. Okay, go on, we're listening, said Diana with a nod. Well, how to start? I remember everything. The day I was born, the months I spent with my real parents, and I especially remember their deaths. I paused to let them digest that. Luke's face fell drastically. Diana had tears welling in her eyes. So you're saying you remember everything? Luke repeated my words. Yes, I know that I am adopted. I know that my father was Lance and my mother was Nina. I also had a brother named Theo, all of which were killed by certain people because of my last name, Pendragon, and the secret they carry, I said slowly and calmly. I understand why you put up this spell, said Luke with utmost seriousness. I nodded at his words. Does this have something to do with why you asked to go to Hawaii? Asked Diana. I nodded once again. Correct, that is why, but there is also another matter that's connected to that one. I must transfer to the magical school in America for a special reason. I paused for a moment. I appreciate all which you have done. You cared for me, and raised me as your own even when I wasn't. I said truthfully. I owed them a lot. To us, you are one of our own. Blood has nothing to do with it, said Diana emotionally. Luke nodded at her words. And I thank you for that. I will not say more until after I have placed a series of charms on you both. They will hide the information I will tell you later from others. It will also stop you from accidentally spilling them. I spoke. It was very similar to the Fidelis charm, but it was simpler. It was actually a series of charms, one on the tongue and one on the brain. The charm placed on the tongue would stop the speaker from divulging certain topics. It reminded me of the sealing Jutsu Danzo placed on his root soldiers from Naruto. The charm placed on the brain would stop the target from spilling the selected information via mind reading. Drax said that it worked the same, just that it was much more impractical if used for mass spreading of information. But since that was not the case, it was perfect to use. Luke and Diana nodded seriously. They understood that the magical world was not something to be trifled with. Seeing them agree, I got straight to work. I placed the charm on both their tongues and specified the information to be blocked. Naturally, it was anything relating to the Pendragon family or my real origins. As soon as they were completed, I tried to get them to speak about it with our neighbor since it was the only other person that was easily accessible. It wouldn't work if they spoke to me since I specified that they could speak freely in my presence about such subjects. And the result was perfect. Diana, who was chatting with the neighbor's wife, couldn't speak a word about my origins or the Pendragon family when she tried to bring it up. It was like it was stuck in her throat. Luke did the same with the husband, but it provided the same result. Success. I was very happy with it since that was one more barrier stopping others from knowing my secrets. I then proceeded to the most important one, the charm that was placed on the brain. Naturally, there was no harm in it, and it was also done smoothly. The great thing was that it was more theoretical than it was practical. That was why I didn't need much time to get it right when Drac passed me the information. When I tried to use legilimency, I was easily able to penetrate their minds, but I was not able to see anything relating to the Pendragons. Even Lance, my father, which I knew they knew about, was not there. It was like they never met. I was very content with the result since with this, they could not be in danger in case they were probed. Having done all of that, we sat back at the table, redid the muffliato spell, and began to talk. The secret of the Pendragon family is that we have a dragon sealed inside of a descendant at any one given time. His name is Drac, and he has been with my family since several millennia ago. He was sealed inside of me automatically when my father died that night, I said, pausing for a moment. Luke was downcast at the mention of Lance's death. Diana patted his shoulder softly. I then began to talk to them about our history and how my family lived and what happened to the other dragons. It was not until the sun had set when the talks finished. "So, you're telling me that you are like some type of dethroned royalty?" asked Luke incredulously. I never really thought about it that way. I guess you could say that in some way. We were the first official wizarding family, and in terms of power, well, Liam was the strongest, but it all went downhill with his death. But that isn't the point. The reason I'm telling all of this is so that you understand why I need to go to America. I explained that it had something to do with Drac and getting more control over my power. I explained that the reason I was going to Ilvermorny was for the key and that I would be back by January. What surprised me was that they were supportive of it. Luke, who noticed this, shook his head. "Don't be so surprised. You have trusted us with such a secret. The least we can do is support you. We also understand the importance of the key to you and your family and whatever it is that's hidden in that vault. So go for it. We will provide you with the funds to buy all you need for schooling there. Thank God these magical schools are actually free though," said Luke with a sigh of relief. That was one thing that took me by surprise when I found out. It seemed that the magical schools in America and England at least were free. The ministry provided the funds for the operation of the school. A very odd way since most people would go down the route of a profiteer. And having hundreds of magical kids entering your school must have the potential to rake in some serious cash. Who knew what was going on the heads of these wizards? After finishing our talk, we had dinner. It was a warm feeling, spending time with loved ones. But it was difficult, seeing them as my parents, and that was why I always addressed them by their names. It would be a while before I would accept that. It wasn't something that could be rushed. If it didn't come generically, then it wasn't worth saying at all. I lay in my bed thinking about our conversation. I thought that they deserved to know, or at the very least have a look into what my family was like. They did not ask how I knew so much since Drac was there inside of me. Naturally, he was the one who gave me this information as well. "So, we have a couple of days before we head off to Hawaii. Make sure to buy clothes that fit you, or did you forget?" said Drac with a soft chuckle. I face-bombed when I heard that. I completely forgot about it. That was most definitely something that I would need to fix as soon as possible. The night went by peacefully. The morning sun acted like my usual alarm clock as the rays touched my face. I woke up to the nostalgic sound of Diana's singing with the smell of freshly brewed coffee wafting in waves through the gap beneath my bedroom door. I only came to realize how much I missed the little stuff. Like Arya getting fed by Diana in the kitchen acting aloof and prideful, Luke reading the morning newspaper with his reading glasses while taking a sip from his coffee absent-mindedly, only to be burnt because it was too hot. This happened every morning, yet it never annoyed me. I washed my face, and when I lifted it up from the sink, I saw a more mature face looking back at me. I still had the childishness on my face, but there was less of it. I was also taller than before, which was apparent from the long-sleeve shirt that only reached 3/4 down my forearm. I had to roll it up to make sure it didn't look too out of place. We ate breakfast before going shopping. I had clothes I needed to buy. I made sure to buy separate ones that were a size or two bigger in the event that I grew than expected. The reason was simple. I was going to make the potion again, so there was some expected growth to be seen. Also on that point, my muscle definition was an interesting thing to see. For a 12-year-old, I had a fair bit of muscle. There was still that skinny look, since children my age wouldn't gain much muscle until 2 or 3 years from now, but seeing the effects of the potion, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw that being sped up by at least a year. As I thought about this, we walked into the first clothing store. For the next 4 hours, we meticulously searched for all the articles of clothing I could need. It was exhausting. I didn't understand how women did this and enjoy it. When I got back home, I sat down and watched some TV with Luke before heading up to my room for some occlumency and legilimency training. It was tedious and boring, but that was the price to pay in order to see results. But they were very important to me, so it must be done. While I was doing that, I was deep in thought about the differences between England and American, starting with the lack of communication between the two. The first indication that America is a world away from Britain is when Newt Scamander came off an ordinary muggle steamship and having to go through customs. The meaning of this is not in what we can see, but what we don't see, any magical transportation system between Great Britain and North America. There is evidently no formal cooperation between the two wizarding worlds, no flu network, no night bus or an equivalent magical ship that would sail to and from the two countries, no Hogwarts Express, no transcontinental brooms, magic cabinets, or enchanted paintings affording easy movement back and forth across the Atlantic. It is also known that America was socially isolationist prior to the Second World War, and something of a rival with the British Empire for world leadership as well, suggesting that the American mind didn't quite know what it thought about itself at the time, let alone about distant Europe. All these things are communicated by the simple fact that Newt Scamander has to use Muggle money and take a Muggle ship in order to reach New York from London. This was all I could glean from the movies, which gives rise to the question of why didn't America step in when a huge threat like Voldemort appeared? The answer was simple. They knew and didn't do anything about it. They were probably waiting for both parties to be weak before swooping in to save the day. What this would achieve is simple. The British Empire would owe a massive debt of gratitude to their American counterpart, something that would be detrimental to our growth. But that was all speculation. Maybe they're dealing with their own problems as well. This leads to political differences between the two countries. The politics of the wizarding community in America are also presented as more shrill, more strident than that of the British wizards. If I was to expect a less authoritarian equivalent in America to the draconian Ministry of Magic in London, with more personal freedoms, my expectations would soon be set straight. The Magical Congress of the United States MACUSA is no less obnoxious to the lives of its citizen clients than its UK equivalent, and each community has its clear issues. America, it seems, is as tumultuous in its wizard-no-mage relations and its religious fanatics as British wizardry is in its blood purity issues. From the English viewpoint, America is an assuredly violent place. Along with a fetish for guns and the culture of mass shootings is its long, horrific history of mistreating its Native Americans. It dispossessed them and forced the survivors onto reservations in the infertile West, where most continue to live at a subsistence level, struggling to hold on to their dignity and way of life. Take, for example, the cautionary tale of one community that struggled to exist in the midst of America's majority society, the Cherokee Nation, and the fate that befell it. The Cherokee Nation early adopted white ways to earn the respect of its neighbors in the state of Georgia. It soon had its own language and print, its own newspaper and a capital, New Dakota. Its citizens lived in proper houses and farmed like white people. The Supreme Court of the U.S. even recognized its right to exist. Yet white Georgians, envying the prosperity of their Indian inferiors, began entering the Cherokee Nation at will, forcing families from their homes at gunpoint and taking their lands and possessions. In their minds, the Indians were subhuman, therefore lacked either rights or the protection of the law. The American president at the time, Andrew Jackson, defied the Supreme Court and used the U.S. Army, a virtual gang of thugs with a flag, to provide the appearance of legitimacy to force the Cherokee onto a long journey on foot to a barren reservation in Oklahoma. Thousands died on this dolorous march, which is remembered as the Trail of Tears. A similar cautionary tale is the fact that it took a civil war, with hundreds of thousands dead, to force the southern United States to give up the institution of slavery. Even after the South was defeated on the battlefield, black folk continued to be terrorized by mob violence, subjected to legal apartheid by Jim Crow laws that created a system of separate schools, bathrooms, and water fountains, a requirement to sit in the back of buses, in separate parts of restaurants if they were allowed in at all, and so on. The open discrimination continued until the civil rights movement of the 1960s and to some extent continues even when I was alive in my past life. While the American wizarding community would not have been ethnically distinct, it would have offended another powerful force in American society, evangelical Christianity. Unlike England, America has a large population of religious fundamentalists. The vast majority of these folk are peaceful, of course, yet in this brand of faith, witchcraft is equated with Satan worship and is stigmatized as a threat to Christian society. Thus, in order to protect themselves, American wizards take their own hard line against relationships with the no-maj, relationships that could expose and thus endanger the very existence of their own wizarding world. They are keenly aware of what Americans have historically done to minorities that refuse to be assimilated, and to perceived threats to the Christian way of life. This led to the implementation of a strictly regulated law that inhibited magical people from marrying no-majs and giving birth to offspring. This vastly differs from England, where there is no such law, and wizards and witches are allowed to marry muggles, even though some selective families of purist tendencies find it appalling and unbecoming. All I could say was that each country had its issues, and that it's difficult to know just how I'll be treated since I'm still under the facade of a muggle-born wizard. Either I'll be subjected to intense scorn and distrust, or I'll be ignored and have little interaction with others. It is all up in the air. But if I had to pick one, it would take the latter in an instant. Naturally, I could be generalizing this a bit, since even here in England there are families and wizards who like muggles and their magical children, case and point the Weasleys. There was also the chance that everything could turn out differently. When I get to Ilvermorny, the teachers would have already been informed of my attendance and background. Therefore, they might be understanding of my differing values. Naturally, the opposite could happen and would most definitely happen. That a teacher or two would fail to restrain their radical ideologies and try to apply them on me. Many things will be shown to me in the coming weeks and months. It will be fascinating to see how they will act. The next few days went by quickly. I reminded Hermione to take the potion via letter and wrote about some other random, trivial things. I soon got a letter back from her wishing me good luck and a safe return. I closed the letter and left it on my desk before walking out of my room. I needed to head to Diagon Alley since there was something I needed to buy. Mainly just an item with bigger expansion space. I didn't want to have to carry around a trunk everywhere. Having a small item like a bracelet would be better. I had ordered one tailor-made to my specification as soon as I woke up the day after my return. I was now going over there to pick it up. I asked for a bracelet since carrying anything like a bag seemed like a chore. So, a bracelet seemed fitting. Plus, it was easier to keep track of compared to a bag or trunk and less conspicuous to carry as well. It didn't take long for Luke to arrive near the leaking cauldron. He stopped a block away since the streets any near were full. It wasn't that much of a problem for me though, and I swiftly arrived at the door. Upon entry, what greeted me was the same gloomy, run-down place full of odd people. I saw the bartender Tom with a towel in one hand and a glass cup in the other like always. I nodded at him before walking into the small, secluded and unkept little yard with an out-of-place brick wall. I remembered which bricks and the order they needed to be pressed in from McGonagall. I tapped them with a stick that was conveniently in the corner, and the same thing happened as it did more than a year ago. The wall began to rumble and shake before the once sturdy, cohesive bricks shifted and separated into an archway where they once again solidified. What appeared in my vision was the same busy streets of Diagon Alley. The swarm of wizards, witches, and children could be seen in all kinds of colorful attire. The contrast between the muggle world and the magical one was just too different. I squeezed my way through the crowd to the best of my ability and headed towards the shop I had visited some odd days ago. It didn't take long to get there, and when I walked in, I saw the same old man by the counter tinkering with one of what I assumed to be his many projects or orders. He had brown hair with strands of white that streaked through every now and then. He had a slightly hunched figure and long fingers that held onto his wand like a pen. It seemed he was too immersed in his work since he didn't even realize I was there, even after the bell tied to the door rang. I decided to look around and wait for him to finish. Making expansion charms was a difficult process and one that required a lot of focus. One small distraction could be the deciding factor between a successful product and a failed one. It was about 10 minutes later when I heard him again. Sigh, finally done. Such a tedious project, he said with a tired expression while rubbing his forehead as his other hand held his glasses. He raised his head to see me sitting on a chair off to the side. Thank you for waiting, young man. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the boy who came the other day? He asked while looking at me. That is correct. I am here to pick up the object I had ordered, I said with a smile while nodding. Right, that's right, I have it here. 1 second, he said before waddling to the back of his store. It seemed that being in the same position for a while was bad for his body, seeing how stiff his walking was. It didn't take long for him to come back with an obsidian black-colored bracelet. There was nothing special about it if you looked at it without knowing what it was. I nodded contentedly when I saw it. After all, one of the specifications was to make it as simple and inconspicuous as possible. I would be storing a lot of things in it after all. I got up from the chair and pulled out a bag full of galleons. It was expensive, to say the least. 1,000 galleons to be specific. Luke and Diana weren't happy with the price but got it for me as a way of making up for not getting me a birthday present. I was very thankful since 1,000 galleons was a lot of money when converted into pounds. As soon as I handed over the money, I was given the bracelet, which I didn't hesitate to put on. I thanked the old man and walked out before heading into an alleyway. I then proceeded to cast a quick charm on the bracelet. This charm was special since it was a sort of locking mechanism. I dripped a bit of my blood on the bracelet as soon as the charm was done being placed. It immediately seeped into the metal. This way, no one was able to access it without my permission. It could already do that without the charm, but having extra countermeasures is always welcome. As soon as I was done, I walked out of Diagon Alley and out of the leaking cauldron and back into Luke's car. 20 minutes later I was back at home packing my clothes and necessary things and placing them in my bracelet. It was one of the many times I was grateful to have magic. It was simply too convenient. The night was calm and after dinner, I head off to bed early. Tomorrow I would be heading to a new continent after all, and a lot of things were waiting for me there. The next morning was quick and slightly rushed. It was my first time on a plane in either one of my 2 lives and I was very excited. When I got there, immigration and customs were a pain since there was a special magical sector we needed to go to. We were intercepted by a man in a blue suit and tie. "Excuse me, can you please come with me?" he said calmly and politely. I simply nodded and Luke and Diana followed silently. We followed after him through a spare corridor that branched into a labyrinth of offices. I really didn't know how someone wouldn't get lost in here. Not long after we arrived at a very ordinary room that looked identical to the other 100 I saw while walking. A wooden table, comfortable leather chairs and bright lights hanging from the ceiling. The walls were completely white with nothing decorating them. It simply looked like an interrogation room. We sat down opposite the man after he indicated for us to do so. "Thank you for your cooperation. It is necessary to go over the things that are brought by wizards when they are traveling. Security and all that. After all, as you might be aware of, even a single wizard can cause a lot of trouble," he said as he looked at me. "My name is Matthew, and I will be going over your magical belongings. So, if you will, please present your magical objects including your wand and place them here," he said calmly and patiently as he took out a metal tray. I nodded and took out my wand from its sheath and laid it on the tray, followed by taking off my bracelet and placing it on the tray as well. The man looked at it as if expecting something more. "That's it, my belongings are all in the bracelet," I informed. He looked at the plain, unassuming bracelet in slight surprise. He then realized that it had an expansion charm in the gem that was on the bracelet. He nodded in understanding. "I see. May I have your permission to access your belongings?" I nodded and waved my hand over the bracelet, deactivating the normal protective charm and the personally made one. "Done. You can do with it as you please." He proceeded to pull out his wand and cast some sort of charm or spell to search the contents. I assumed it was a magic that searched for dangerous or suspicious artifacts containing magic. Guns would also be searched for. Even when in a magical world, guns are very effective. It took 30 seconds, and he retracted his wand from above the bracelet and nodded. He then did the same with the wand before placing the tray in front of me. "Thank you for your patience. Nothing suspicious has been detected and you are free to board the plane when it is time. Have a pleasant journey," he said with a smile before getting up. All 3 of us nodded and walked back under his guidance before heading to the gate where we would board our plane. I looked at the ticket, which had Gate 36 on it. It took about 10 minutes to get there. As in any airport, there was a ton of people. I also saw wizards being led by similar airport staff like the one that led us. Naturally, you wouldn't really know or pay attention to them if you weren't another wizard. It was evident by Luke and Diana's lack of reaction when they passed right by us. Some type of spell or charm, I assumed. There was something like it in the library back at Hogwarts, so it might be worth learning for instances where you don't want to be bothered in the muggle world. I think it was like a repellent charm or something. I'll make a mental note to search for it when I was at Ilvermorny. When we arrived at the gate and took a seat in some random empty chairs, I checked the time. There was still about 30 minutes until boarding time, if everything went according to schedule. There was literally nothing to do, and there were no bloody phones yet, since that was still in the midst of innovation. Right now, only the bulky, almost brick-like phones were present. It wouldn't be until a decade later when the real phones appeared, and even then, it would take yet another decade until we got good touchscreen ones, not the early shitty ones. As I was thinking about that, I got an idea about how to get money. I could invest in companies like Apple and Microsoft that were at the forefront of innovation in their respective markets. They were small right now, ready for the pickings. The reason was simple: pounds could be converted into galleons and vice versa, and money was needed in everyday life. I could get Luke and Diana a bigger house, better cars, and the sort. It all run on money. Even though me and Drac already had a plan on how to get large amounts of galleons, investing in the muggle world like the Malfoy family did would be smart. After all, having a continuous inflow of money was necessary. I will see if I can do something about it while I'm in America. As for why they would trust or even take a 12-year-old kid seriously, well, the Imperio curse does wonders for people. I could use the Imperious curse to take money from other families instead of going through so much effort in America, but I have some principles. I wouldn't stoop to such a low if I have a way to avoid it. That isn't to say I wouldn't if I had no other option, but since I did, I wouldn't have to. As for the conversion of money from American dollars to English pounds, the magical community doesn't really care. Goblins love money, doesn't matter in what form. The PA system sounded, informing passengers that the plane at Gate 36 was open and boarding would commence shortly. I was happy to hear that, since sitting here doing nothing was definitely not fun. As for how I was going to get from American to England and back constantly, well, I was planning to make a portkey. There was never a stipulated maximum distance that one could take with one, so why not? I would place one in America somewhere and carry the other in my bracelet for convenience. The boarding finally started, and a long line of people were starting to queue up. The time taken to check the ticket and then proceed to weigh the bags took approximately 30 seconds per person. After a little while, it was finally our turn. The same process ensued, and we were soon given the all-clear to board the plane. We walked through the portable corridor that connected the plane to the gate and arrived at the plane doors, where 2 cabin crew members were in charge of directing people towards their seats. "Good morning, may I please have your ticket?" said the woman in a navy blue dress with a red scarf around her neck. Luke, Diana, and I handed our tickets to her and were soon directed towards our seats. As soon as I stepped onto the plane, a cacophony of noise engulfed my ears. The screaming of children as they were having a tantrum for God knows what reason, the sounds of a parent's reprimands, an old woman complaining about her back, and so on. Any semblance of the peaceful and orderly boarding I had pictured in my head shattered into dust. I also noticed that the seats were clustered together, and the legroom was practically non-existent. The only exception was the front seats near the exits. Lucky bastards, I thought. I hadn't even sat down yet, and I could already imagine the uncomfortable situation. I really couldn't wait to build the portkey and learn to apparate. Finally finding the row my seat was in, it was by the window with Luke and Diana next to me. I was thankful, since I saw a poor woman being seated next to a massive blob of fat that I assumed to be a man. He was literally spilling over into the next seat. I could only pity her bad luck. Since I didn't carry any light luggage, I simply sat down and looked out the window and observed the other giant white-winged mechanical monsters taking off one after another. It really was amazing how much progress humans can make in such a short time. I never really understood it. For centuries, humans had been at a standstill in terms of technology. But as soon as World War I started, it all exploded, everything began to appear. It was very interesting. This is not even taking into consideration the internet, the single most important piece of technology invented by humans, and the computers and phones made to better harness it. It all developed in less than a century. It was simply amazing to witness. And now I would have a direct influence on its direction. The power of knowledge never ceased to amaze me. It really was like heaven and earth. As I was immersed in my own thoughts, the PA system within the plane sprang to life and the feminine voice of a stewardess came through. Good morning, passengers. I would like to welcome you to one of the first 100 flights from London to America. We have only recently been open, and we thank you for traveling with us, she said to my shock. I just realized, in 1991, American Airlines bought the assets of TWA's operations at London Heathrow for $445 million. So, it was indeed right to say that I was on one of the first few flights between the two nations. Damn, that was very convenient. Who knew I would get so lucky? I didn't really think about it much as the plane roared alive and began to move slowly but steadily towards the tarmac where it would fly off from. The trembling from the plane got more and more noticeable until I was forced to put my cup of water down since I failed to take a sip multiple times out of fear of tipping it on myself. Let's just say that the suspension system on these older models wasn't comparable to the newer ones later on. It didn't last long before the outside images began to speed past my window becoming and blur, and when the wheels left the ground, I felt a distinct sinking feeling in my stomach. It was weird but fun at the same time. It didn't last long, however, and soon went away, and in its place, blocked ears plagued me. It was due to the air pressure in the cabin changing rapidly. It was fine since it went away quickly too, but that didn't stop it from being slightly unpleasant. As soon as the plane stabilized at a certain altitude, I looked out the window to see nothing but clouds. There was no longer a city beneath my feet. I was flying for the first time in my life. It was slightly scary. I don't really trust machines, since there can always be errors. I was kind of traumatized after watching a show called Air Crash Investigations. Let's just say that even if I was given a chance to fly in my past life, I would have declined adamantly. But I had magic and I had Drac. I doubt that I would die even if I fell out of the plane. But that brought up a thought. Maybe I should go skydiving sometime. That should be incredibly fun to do. My thoughts trailed off for a while as I thought about that when I was awoken by the same feminine voice. You many take your seatbelts off, but please, stay in your seats and do not leave unless necessary. If you need anything, please, raise your hand and one of us will do our best to help, she said warmly before disappearing somewhere. The plane ride was terrible. I really thought I had been missing something, but it seemed that I had actually been doing myself a favor. The overly tight seatbelts that dug into your hips, the tasteless bag of peanuts that were half crushed in the pocket seat in front of me, the cheap blankets that didn't do anything to keep you warm, even if I didn't need it, was still appalling. The sound of poorly behaved children and parents lecturing them to no avail, the fucker who was constantly kicking my seat from behind, the gnawing irritation of constantly having to hear a screaming child in the row behind me, an old couple grumbling about the noise, the bored teen sitting in the row across from me listening to overly loud music in an attempt to drown out the increasing boredom visible on his face. Let's just say that it left much to be desired. Such a letdown. By the time the captain said something, it had already been 8.5 hours later. Hello everyone, we will be descending shortly. You may experience a bit of turbulence, but I assure you, that is normal. Please, fasten your seatbelts and await instructions from the cabin crew. I thank you for flying with us, he said before the PA system cut off. I sighed in relief. It had been a terrible time. I had barely any sleep and my nerves were already worn out by the continuous kicking of the seat and children crying. But what really made me depressed was that there was still another flight to take. We would stop in Los Angeles before taking another 6-hour flight to Honolulu. That was where my training would commence. The active volcano Kilauea was where Drac's trial would be held. He said that it wasn't necessary to go there specifically, but that it would provide the most benefit in one shot. As the plane descended, I felt slight weightlessness spread across my body. It was a pleasant experience that lasted a while. I could see the city from the window to my left, It was a marvelous sight to behold, tons of skyscrapers and hundreds of houses spread all over the place. As we went lower and lower, I was able to make out the Hollywood sign that stood proudly. It didn't take long for the wheels on the plane to land, and a terrible shaking began to travel across the entire plane before slowly easing and eventually coming to a stop after the plane taxied its way over to the gate where we would be disembarking from. It wasn't until 5 minutes later when the cabin crew flooded into the aisles to make sure everything was all right before helping people with their stuff. It took 10 minutes to get off the bloody plane due to the unorderly and pushy nature of some people who tried to cut in front in order to save some time. After arriving at Los Angeles's airport, I found it to be the same. Nothing majorly different from the England one. The only major difference was maybe the number of fast food places littered everywhere. It wasn't for nothing that America had one of the highest rates of obesity in the world. As we passed through customs, we were once again intercepted by a man in a business suit. "Please follow me," he said courteously, but sounded more like an order rather than a request. I simply shrugged and followed after him with Luke and Diana in tow. We soon arrived at a similar plain room that looked like a place where interrogations were held. "Please sit down. I will be inspecting your belongings for any illegal magical artifacts or objects," he said monotonously before pulling out a tray. I placed my wand and bracelet on the tray and waited silently. The man gave me the same look as the guy from England. I explained the misunderstanding, and the man proceeded to check everything. "All clear, you can take your stuff back. May I ask what the purpose of your visit is?" he asked. "Vacation with my parents, and I will be transferring to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," I explained patiently. The man looked surprised before looking at Luke and Diana. "A magical wizard born of no-mage parents. Interesting. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay," he said dismissively before leading us back to the main airport. He seemed to have glossed over the details since it clearly stated I was adopted, but who cares? After parting with the man, we ate something to fill our empty stomachs after the long flight and headed towards the hotel near the airport we had booked at a tourist store a couple of minutes ago. The major difference I noticed right away on the road was the way they drove. The steering wheel was on the left rather than on the right, and the roads were reversed. Since Luke wasn't confident in driving here, we took a taxi and made our way slowly towards the hotel. Upon arrival, we paid for the taxi and headed into the hotel where a staff member rushed forward to help us with our stuff. Luke and Diana were about to agree when I shook my head. "Everything costs money here. It's not like England where people get paid a decent wage. No, here they are paid less than proper and survive off the tips customers give. I suggest we carry our own luggage," I explained. Luke and Diana were shocked by the difference and felt pity for the people who worked here. The man who was rushing over here to help us heard what I said and became indignant while glaring at me. I simply smiled back before walking past him as if he didn't exist. Money didn't grow on trees. He had no one to blame but his shit government for the way they run things. America left much to be desired when it came to the quality of life. Their healthcare system was absolute trash. The rich get richer while the poor get poorer. It was simply a mess. Even in my past life, America was simply a shithole advertised as the promised land full of opportunity only to kick you right back out the door when it had no room for you. Places like Australia, Switzerland and so on were the real places of comfort and a place I would trade America for in a blink of an eye. As I thought about this, we reached the reception and checked in before heading to our room where we changed clothes and decided to look around. We only had one day to spare since we would be departing for Hawaii tomorrow morning. Walking out of the hotel after leaving our stuff in our room, we hopped on a sightseeing bus and looked around all of Los Angeles. We went to Griffith Observatory, which was a cool experience. Then there was the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. Later we went to the Santa Monica Pier since it was a fairly hot day. and finally had dinner in a fancy restaurant, which was amazing. The food was great, the music being played was appropriate for the fine dining, and the people around were respectful and talked in hushed voices. The whole tipping thing was getting annoying, but I felt bad for the people that put so much effort in. Luke and Diana felt even worse and left a generous $50 tip when we left. We arrived back at our room and fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, the sound of cars going past and police sirens every now and then made it chaotic. But luckily it wasn't so bad at night, which was the main point. We packed our stuff, got changed into fresh clothes and traveled towards the airport again. It took a while before we were able to board the plane since there were some delays due to inspections. It couldn't be helped, better that than dying. When we finally boarded, there were a ton of jolly people on the plane. Halfway through the flight, they began to sing happy songs of all kinds. Everyone was joining in, and it was a lively atmosphere. It was most definitely not as annoying as the flight I had before. This one I actually enjoyed. When the plane finally landed, the songs stopped, much to the disappointment of the entire plane. It was a festive atmosphere. I was also hoping for more, but nonetheless, we must move on. Our group of 3 got off the plane and exited the airport after all the security checks and whatnot. What was crazy was the humidity and heat in Hawaii. As soon as I walked out of the airport, the cold air blasting out from the air conditioners stopped and was overcome by the sweltering wave of hot air. Well, I assumed it was hot since Luke and Diana were already sweating. After what seemed to be hours, we got to the hotel. Luke and Diana rushed out of the hot and sticky taxi as fast as they could. It seems that the heat was too much for them. Once again, the benefits that Drac provided were coming in handy. It was like I had an inbuilt air conditioning unit. By the time I took all the luggage Diana and Luke brought out of the taxi's trunk, I found them nowhere to be seen. When I looked at the hotel entrance, I saw them inside with joy on their faces. The fuckers ditched me for some cold air. Where was the loyalty? When they realized I was looking at them, they had the audacity to rush me before vanishing further inside. I stared at their suitcases, tempted by the thought of leaving them here to be stolen, but I took it back. That would be more of a hassle later. I begrudgingly dragged the suitcases inside before heading to where Diana and Luke were seated comfortably with drinks in their hands. "Sorry about that, Tommy dear, but it can't be helped," said Diana with an awkward and apologetic smile. That was what she called me when she was apologizing. And me, being the dumbass that I am, always let her have her way. Simply for the fact that she was scary when she was angry, just like Hermione. I swear they would be best of friends. Those 2 sadistic women should never meet. Drac, make sure to remember that in case it slips my mind later, I said, frightened at what they would unleash. Luke nodded robotically, but when he saw my face, he smiled knowingly and gave me a pitiful look. I threw this whole thing to the back of my mind and looked at the inside of the hotel. For some reason, they decided that having a palm tree inside the lobby was a great idea. It even had coconuts. The staff wore floral shirts with white short and sandals with a necklace made of white and yellow plumerias. The smell of flowers followed them wherever they went. There was a small indoor waterfall off to the side in a corner. It was quite the sight to behold. As we got to the desk, the receptionist raised his head and greeted us warmly. "Aloha, how can I help you today?" he asked. "We are here to pick up the keys to our rooms," said Luke. The man asked for his name before nodding and searching for it. He soon nodded again. "Got it, all clear, here are your keys. Your rooms are 309 and 310, he said happily. We thanked him and walked towards the elevator that led to the 3rd floor. With the asterisk bang asterisk, the door slid open and a wide corridor was in sight. Red carpet that had a smell of flowers, dark brown wooden doors with plaques on them could be seen evenly spaced out. The lighting was very good due to one side being completely covered in glass, from which you could see a massive garden full of flowers and palm trees. It was a very innovative idea, much to my liking. We didn't take long to find our rooms. Room 9 was Luke and Diana's and number 10 was mine. I slotted the key Luke gave me into the keyhole and pushed the door open. What greeted me was a brightly lit room due to the sun shining in through the sliding door next to the bed. The balcony could be seen behind the bed and past the sliding doors, which gave view to the massive beach and the volcano I would be training at. It was a couple 100 kilometers south of Honolulu, but that wasn't a problem. That was the reason I asked for my own room. The trial had a special way to access it, which involved creating a special magic circle only known to the dragons. It would take a while to set up and would require a lot of concentration. Anyone coming in or out would disrupt my flow. But, when it was done, it would allow one person to travel there and back once. So, I would be stuck there for 2 weeks, which was when the holidays would end. Luke and Diana knew about this and simply took it as a vacation for themselves. It justly deserved one, considering they raised a child for 11 years without going anywhere. Raising children was expensive. I got dressed in a floral shirt, which was way too different from the dark colors I would usually wear. But what surprised me the most was that I actually liked it. With my black shorts and slide-ons, I stepped out the door to see Luke and Diana in similarly bright outfits. Luke had something on that was similar to me, and Diana was in a pretty white summer dress. I really wanted to have one good day with them, so we decided to have a walk along the beach. I lagged behind to not ruin the two's romantic mood I felt brewing. I even saw Luke's thankful look. It seemed that not all was okay with the two. Marital issues sometimes happen, not everyone was perfect. Sometimes all that was needed was a change of scenery. I simply picked up some stones and attempted to make them skip across the water's surface. Stupid of me to try, since you needed semi-still water. It's hard when you throw it at what seems to be a still patch of water only for a wave to surge out of nowhere, effectively swallowing your stone whole. After a few attempts to no avail, I simply threw all the stones into the water in anger and stormed off. Who needs to be good at stone skipping? But just a few steps ahead of me, a 7-year-old was doing it effortlessly. He was like a machine gun. One after the other, the stones continued to skip at least 5 times before sinking. As if that didn't piss me off enough, the kid turned my way and smiled arrogantly before continuing. I secretly cast the Confundus charm, which made him overswing, hitting his dad, who was nearby. I laughed to myself while walking past him. "TCH, so petty, what are you, 5? Asked Drac mockingly. "What would you know, you're stuck inside all day, I bet you can't do it either," I said, not giving in. "PFFT. Sure, I definitely can't," he said before I suddenly felt disconnected from my body. Drac actually took over my body. As I looked at his actions, I saw what it was like where Drac dwelled all the time. Dark and empty, there was nothing here. Except a couch. I was shocked, but before I could think further, I heard a loud victorious laugh echoing inside the space. I quickly looked over to see Drac skipping the stone at least 20 times. I couldn't believe it. Was that even possible? "No shit, it's possible. I'm doing it right now." "Jealous yet?" he asked with a smirk. "TCH, it's just skipping stones on water, no big deal," I said with annoyance, yet there was a part of me that was jealous. Disadvantage of always being the best at everything. It's hard to take a loss. "Whatever," he said before sitting down. I wondered what he was doing when a small dragon appeared and sat on the couch comfortably. I stared at it in shock. Why was it so cute? It was adorable, big round eyes, small wings, it was like a cute toy. Drac, who was waiting silently, suddenly realized an issue. He looked over in my direction and jumped up instantly. The cute dragon was no more, and a towering giant stood in its place seething with smoke and flame. "You did not see anything," he said with extreme anger. That would have completely scared me before, but now I couldn't stop laughing. Tears were threatening to slide down my cheeks. It was too funny. Big Bad Dragon was actually a small lizard. Before long I found myself laughing in my body again. I don't know when it happened, but everyone was staring at me weirdly as I laughed to myself. "Forget you saw anything," he said angrily. "How can I forget? That is stuck in there forever," I said with a laugh before catching up to the now lovey-dovey duo. Drax sighed slightly before staying quiet. I just picture a small dragon comfortably sitting on a couch eating some chips while watching what I did or going over the memories of my past life. Let's just say I watched a huge number of movies. Drac, who was sitting on the couch with a bag of chips, shuddered slightly before realizing what Tom said. He looked at what he was doing and then at what he was watching. He was watching Home Alone too. He only shook his head before immersing himself in the movie. Kevin was throwing a brick down on Marv. Drac laughed out loud. I suddenly felt like I was missing something fun, but I couldn't quite grasp what. I could only shake my head and go about my day. It went pretty fast after that. We went to the garden for a stroll, watched a movie at a nearby movie theater, and had dinner in a roofless restaurant. The food was delicious, and eating under the stars gave it a magical feeling. I don't know why, but I was a sucker for the stars. Afterwards, I spent some time in Luke and Diana's room talking about trivial stuff. "I'll be gone for 2 weeks, remember to have fun. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine," I reassured them. They were slightly worried, but that was what parents were for, so it was mostly unnecessary. Sure, there was a risk of dying or being severely injured, but if I think I'll get injured, most likely I will. Words had power after all. I closed the door on my way out as I exited Luke and Diana's room. I no longer had any reservations about the trial. It must be done so that our plan can proceed. The trial involved a magical circle, so that is what I'll be focusing on from now on. It involves a couple of charms. One of them involves a teleportation charm, an extremely rare and difficult charm to acquire. Drac had learned it many years ago and used it for this trial. Sadly, it wasn't a long-distance charm, or I could have used that instead of a portkey. But it was what it was. Next, there was a linking charm, one that used the magic of the user to set up a pathway between two places. Drac explained that since he was fused within me since birth, my magic has taken some of his characteristics. This wouldn't happen normally, which meant that the others would have to simply let Drac infuse his magic into it. It wasn't that big of a difference since it didn't take much time either way, but it was interesting to know that the time period in which Drac is placed affects people differently. It seems that a lot of benefits were associated with growing up with one inside of you. I pulled out my wand and began to inscribe the charms into the floor. It was a very archaic and dated method of doing charms, but brought a much greater stability to the overall magic circle. Something similar to this was the engraving of the expansion charm rather than just casting it into an object. The circle would also turn invisible when it was not active. That was useful since the cleaners at the hotel would come in regularly. It took about 5 hours to complete. The beginning stages were rough since I was assimilating knowledge as I inscribed, and it failed a couple of times. When I finally got over the initial hurdle, the immense concentration began to take a toll on my mind and body. Right at the very end, beads of sweat dripped on the floor like a leaking tap. The last touches were being set when a muffled rumble could be felt under my feet. The magic circle lit up in various different colors as they followed the outlines, and finally a portal opened, through which I could see a dark cave with stone pillars. A massive amount of heat could be felt seeping through the portal. The smell of ash wafted in uninvited, forcing me to cover my mouth and nose. I waved my wand, odor sectum. The ashy smell that was everywhere instantly disappeared as a small membrane covered my nose and mouth. One of the many spells in the library at Hogwarts. As I looked in, I heard Drax's voice. Go in, the portal won't hold on for long, unless you feel like walking back. I nodded and walked in through the purple portal that looked like a whirlpool. As soon as I stretched my hand out, it was like I was being sucked in by some force. I didn't resist and was soon engulfed before feeling weightless. It didn't last long before I felt a blast of heat smash into my face. Naturally, this would be lethal heat for any normal person since I was actually at the bottom of an active volcano. There seemed to be a room surrounded by lava and covered with incredibly detailed and confusing engravings. I could only assume they were there for multiple purposes, some of them being concealment from unwanted attention, heat absorption, and others. As I looked around at the dilapidated room full of cracks and broken pillars, I noticed a throne. On the throne, there was a sword. If it wasn't for the sword being in a place where it was eye-catching, I wouldn't have noticed it. It was pure black in color. Odd red rings could be seen slightly glowing along the blade. As I walked over and attempted to reach out, Drac immediately stopped me. Never touch that sword. It has killed several reckless people with a mere touch. All of them were the same as you. They attempted to touch the sword only to die, he said in a grave voice. Why, what's its history? I asked with puzzlement. I felt a yearning for the sword, like I needed to touch it. I know what you're feeling. This sword was the evil part of me that my father had sealed in order for me to live peacefully amongst others. It was an intense ritual, and this carved out a big chunk of my power. Even though I was still the second strongest after my father, when I was whole, I could rival him. It is only due to my unwillingness to be consumed by my own darkness that allowed him to separate me in two. It has been sealed in here ever since I found him. It was killing everything that touched him as he tried to find a worthy wielder. But no one has been able to withstand his power. Never, I repeat, never, touch this sword, for it will be the end of us both, he said with an amount of seriousness and graveness I had never heard from him before. What a party killer, my boring and depressing other half. Why must you ruin things for everyone? I just want to be free. You might like being locked up inside of others, but I don't. I've been stuck in this fucking sword for several millennia, and no one has enough strength to wield me before falling flat on their faces, yelled a voice incredibly similar to Drax. HMPH. Maybe if you didn't suck them dry of all their magical essence, you could have gotten out of here centuries ago, said Drac in annoyance. Huh. You know just as well as me that it doesn't work like that. Who are you trying to fool? The boy? Huh. The boy does seem promising, maybe more so than that other guy. No, he will die if he attempts it now. You need to get stronger, he said calmly. Why are you in such a good mood? You're never like this, said Drac with heavy traces of astonishment and surprise in his voice. What's your history? Can you go into detail? I asked. Don't answer that lies, Drac yelled suddenly. Why not? Haven't you told him already? It asked back. Lies? Who's that? And told me what? I asked in confusion. You mean you don't know? Drac hasn't told you? It asked with a laugh. He told me that your father separated you because you wreaked too much havoc, I asked while frowning. Something wasn't right here. It goes far deeper than that. And it's also connected to your family after all. What surprised me the most is that you're on such good terms with him, given that he was the reason your family was hunted down for centuries. His revelation shocked and puzzled me. Noticing my puzzlement, the sword began to laugh. What has he told you? It asked. I went on to explain my family history and Drax's past according to him. But as soon as I finished, the sword began to laugh. It was a mocking one. I can't believe he fed you that. Why are you so silent, Drac? Cat got your tongue? Since he isn't going to tell you the truth, then I will. Boy, did he pull the wool over your eyes, kid. It has been a long time since I have laughed so hard. Okay, here goes. There was a time when the land was peaceful. So peaceful that the humans lived blissful and content lives. Wars were barely ever waged. The world only knew the light. But there must be balance. Laru, our father, was the dragon of light, and he, more than anyone, knew that balance wasn't achieved. Yet he didn't want it to be, for who would forsake peace for war and suffering? Unfortunately, he did not have a choice in the matter. His first child, Zephyr, the fire dragon, was born. Reckless and brave, he was our father's headache. Sapphire, the water dragoness, was our father's heart. Hesbot, the sky dragon, the funny one of the family. And us, formerly known as Achlies, the abyss dragon. All four of us were our father's pride. But something was destined to go wrong. With our birth, human emotions previously hidden began to rise like the ocean tide. Greed appeared in the world and took root. Struggles for power, usurping of thrones, murdering of fathers and sons for mere coins. Rape, abuse, everything you could imagine appeared as suddenly as the rays of sun in the morning. Laru didn't know what to do. His dream of peace and bliss was shattered with our birth. Angered, he cast us out, never to return. That was when everything began to go downhill. The dream of a family, the dream of gaining our father's respect shattered into fine powder, and hatred took its place. Our powers, which had been dormant for so long, burst forth like a volcano, ushering in a new era, the era of darkness. The once peaceful land was stained with the blood of innocence as men in metal marched with greed and malice in their eyes. The families who would once scream out the names of their loved ones happily were now nowhere to be seen. The homes that were once built to shelter their family now marked their tombs. The wails of the survivors as they scream out the names of their loved ones is all that echoes through the once happy streets. In order to feel love, you must bear the risk of feeling hate. And so, the cycle of pain commenced. Survivors grouped up, made their own kingdoms and waged wars on those who did them wrong. The survivors of that war would later build their own kingdom and the cycle continued. 300 years of non-stop war opened the eyes of Laru, who was standing upon the tallest peak, as clouds of ash blocked out the sun. The screams of innocence ringing in his ears like a sorrowful melody. He had finally realized what went wrong. But he was too late. The disaster he had once tried to avoid so much was ironically created by his own two hands. But he was too late to stop it, as his family was destined for doom. We didn't have love in our heart. How could we, when the only semblance of it was shattered by the hateful glare of our father and the disappointed looks of our siblings? They would all burn. A shadow loomed over the sky as a massive black dragon flew over the marching warriors as they waged war and pillaged the innocent. But we knew this wasn't going to harm our siblings. So, we decided to scale it up. We passed all kinds of magic onto the humans. Their bodies were somehow suitable to use it, and soon, wizards began to sprout. What is now called jinxes, curses, charms, and spells all came from us too. The Abyss Dragon was the progenitor of the magic that roams the 7 continents. Destruction and chaos were the goal, and that was what we achieved. And pain was what we aimed to inflict upon our so-called family. We spread the news of dragons living in the mountains, and the greed that overflowed through them clouded the minds of the once peaceful race. They waged war for the right to slay the dragons. And once the winner was decided, they marched to the highest peak where Zephyr the great fire dragon rested, protecting the border between Asia and Europe. Groups of wizards hidden in the shadows and armies of soldiers led several assaults on Zephyr only for it to do no damage. Us true dragons were godlike existences after all. No type of magic or sword could ever kill us. But that wasn't the goal. Dragons didn't have unlimited magical energy. They would get tired as well. And Zephyr, being the reckless fool that he was, didn't hold back in his attacks, effectively draining his magical energy quickly. And once that happened, all we did was kill the remaining humans. Achlies, thank our father you're here. These weird little ants had the audacity to attack me. And they have magic which only our race has. Do you know how they got it? He asked, seemingly forgetting all about us being outcasted centuries before. I haven't the faintest of clue, but you should take a rest. A permanent one. Zephyr nodded, seemingly agreeing before freezing, but it was too late. By the time he realized the wording was wrong, a massive black paw was already resting on his throat. What are you doing? Release me. This is no time to be playing around. This is exactly why Father outcasted you. Because you act like a child all the time. Come on, let go, he said, but it was of no use. We only tightened our grip and stared into his eyes full of confusion. Let there be chaos, we hissed, and amassed black flames in our throat. We pried open his mouth and spat the fire straight down his throat. The devouring flames burned his body into nothingness with ease. Our brother's abilities relating to fire were transferred to us via our devouring ability. We stared at the empty space where his body used to be. The black flames weren't a joke, nothing was left. But the hatred didn't die down. And so, we manipulated the negative emotions within the humans to hunt down Hezbot, our naive, comedic brother. It didn't take long to find him. Ever since we knew him, he had always been the coward of the family. It took days to tire him out since he kept running away. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk swoosh asterisk asterisk crackle asterisk. As soon as we finished killing the remaining humans, we met with our second big brother for the first time in centuries. I'm so glad you're here, Achlies, although you didn't have to kill them all off. I felt bad for them. They would have run away when their numbers dwindled enough, he said with slight reproach. Clearly, he wasn't a fan of killing. Yes, it's all my fault, I'm to blame, we said angrily. Relax, will you? The stick is still as firmly lodged up your ass as last time we met, he said with a laugh. But his laugh was short-lived as a massive black paw descended on his defenseless neck. A joke, Achlies, a joke. Stop, or Zephyr will be mad. You know how reckless our big brother can get. I don't want to get scolded, he said, slightly frightened by the idea. That annoying loser is dead. And you're next. Give him my thanks when you meet him, we said. I distinctly remember us smiling. Asterisk sigh asterisk such good times. Anyway, back to the story. Hezbot was a dragon that controlled the weather and was a master of the elements. He was cowardly, yes, but his ability to create storms was unparalleled. After consuming him, a terrible drought ensued for several days. Only after we awoke did we find out that we had set off a countrywide heatwave that killed hundreds of thousands. But what did ants mean to an elephant? Setting their meaningless deaths aside, we continued on towards our next target. Only Sapphire remained before we would fight Father. We didn't use the same strategy as we did for our two brothers. After all, we were already strong enough to win in a head-to-head battle, so we therefore flew directly towards where Sapphire dwelled, inside a mountain covered by a waterfall. Upon entry, we saw Sapphire, sitting calmly on a rock staring at us with sadness. It seems, my dear brother, you are set on this path, she said, with even more traces of sadness. You have brought it on yourself for the way you treated me. You have no one to blame but our father. He is to blame, she cut in. Father tried so desperately to elude the darkness that would eventually come, that he made it worse. I do not blame you for your actions, my sweet little brother. For you are the one I cherished the most, she said as a tear slid down her face. Come, do what you set out to do, and let fate guide you. I pray for your salvation, lest you end up lost after all this is over, she said before lying down, wide open and defenseless. In the moment, we felt nothing, no remorse, no pity. We didn't even register the words she said. We simply killed her. She neither screamed nor begged for mercy. She simply laid there quietly. Sapphire was the dragon of wisdom and virtue. But it would hit us too late for it to take effect. In the moment, the urge to kill our father blinded us from seeing the wisdom our sister had imparted. Fueled with hate, we flew in Laru's direction with intent to kill. But he was no longer in his usual spot. He had fled. A trace was only found years later. A group of wizards and witches had set up the very first magical family, the Pendragons, a family that abstained from the material world, who wasn't influenced by our dark powers. For this reason, we knew that was where our father was hiding. Drowning in hatred and exhausted from all the searching, we decided to opt for a different approach. Manipulating the nature of humans, we made them search for the family and slaughter them, all for the chance to get the powers of the dragons. The rumor worked and the humans flocked like wolves. It only took a few years to find them. But what astounded us was that Laru, someone with immense self-respect, sealed himself in a human in an attempt to hide from us. But he didn't count on Liam's rashness, which left too many clues. His constant battles and odd abilities soon gave him away. When we finally found him, we confronted them at the top of a mountain. Dragon of destruction and chaos, I have heard much about you and your despicable crimes, said Liam in a disgusted tone. Oh, if you know, then who gave you the courage to face me? Perhaps it was my cowardly father that hides within that worthless body of yours, we said mockingly. Coward, that is a word reserved for those who kill their own family out of petty revenge, said Liam. You do not have the right to lecture me, child. Now, father, come out before I squeeze this little human into a pile of meat. After so long, why are you still so adamant on your need for revenge? Asked Laru from within Liam. Being disowned has that effect on someone. Is there really no way to make you stop this senseless crusade of yours? After all, you have killed all of your siblings for your petty revenge, Sapphire, oh my sweat girl, he said with a deep sadness. For a split moment, something within us attempted to burst out. The wisdom our sister had imparted, along with her words, hit us like a wall of bricks. The words of Hesbot, the reprimands of Zephyr, it all came rushing in. The words Laru said just then awoke us from our rage. No, this doesn't end here, I screamed. I was the evil part born in the absence of love. But the rational side of Achlies, or how you call him, Drac, awoke from his slumber. All those years of being in control due to Drac's sadness collapsed like a castle built on foundations of sand. The words of Sapphire echoed in our head, slowly taking away the strong hold I once had over Drac's mind. That's when I realized things were no longer in my control. Father, help me, Drac yelled in a moment of clarity. Laru saw the change in Drac's eyes and knew this was a rare chance for salvation. For all this madness to stop, he took over Liam's body and rushed forth, bursting with the power of light that seeped into our body. It started to travel around, trapping all my evil energy within a small place. I couldn't do anything. Drac was resisting my control. My own self, turning his back on me. The irony. When I had awoken, I was trapped in the sword Liam used to carry around his waist at all times. We were effectively separated. But it came at a price. Laru's death. He sacrificed himself in order to bring peace to the world. as atonement for his cowardly act. But Liam's life ended due to the pact he had made. Will this sacrifice of ours bring peace to the world? Liam asked as he rested his back on a rock, energy draining out of him. Yes and no. Peace to the world it will not. But balance it out it will. Light and dark must coexist in order for the world to live. My power will survive within my son, and the evil that once plagued him will be sealed inside of that sword, destined to be forgotten, he said weakly. I see, as long as my family is safe, that is all that matters, he said with a content smile. But Drac grimaced at his words. This caught Liam's attention. What's wrong? He asked. In my absence, the evil part of me used the humans to find you. You have been marked as the family that got a hold over the power of dragons. They will hunt your family for as long as that information exists, he said with his head bowed. Liam flared up but didn't have the energy to move. Piece of shit. You doomed my family to eternal suffering because of your petty family squabbles, he bellowed with the last of his remaining strength. Laru and Drac both bowed their heads. Why, you owe me a debt that cannot be paid with a single lifetime. You will protect my family until your dying breath, you hear me? He continued. I indeed owe you and many others for my wrongdoings. I will protect your family even if it costs me my life, Drac said solemnly. But the degree to which my power can be used will depend on the aptitude of your descendants. If they don't use it wisely or are not good enough, even with my power, they will still die. You should know that, he said truthfully. That is not of my concern. If my family is full of incompetent fools, then that is their fate. I just did the best I could to provide them with a safer route for survival, Liam said with a weak shrug. Then it is agreed, Drac nodded. It lies. No, that is a name that brought destruction to this world. I cannot live on with that name. My new name will be Draken. That is a name my sister heard somewhere. She liked that name, he said with sadness. Drac, then, you must train my powers well, for they will protect the family you are going to be with, he said firmly. I'm sorry, but I don't find myself worthy of such power. Maybe when I think I'm good enough, worthy enough, will I use the power you bestowed me with. Your legacy, Drac said. I see. Then a pray for the day you do so. I only wish I could be there to see that day, he said. Before Drac could say anything, Liam began to fade. We have only known each other for a couple of years, Laru, but boy were they good times. I only regret not having met you earlier, he said with a warm smile. Me too, Liam, me too. That was all they said before Liam faded. A dragon could be seen streaking through the air. All the gloominess, heaviness, and evil in the world faded drastically. Families stopped frowning all day long, people stopped senselessly killing each other. Everything went back to how it used to be. Almost, there were some people that resisted it and continued to walk down the dark path. Humans still exhibited bad emotions, but they were not as pronounced. A sort of balance had finally taken effect. That is where the story ends, brat, said the sword. Tom, who was sitting down on the ground, was speechless. Too many emotions coursed through his head. Anger, sadness, betrayal, and so on. Why, Drac? Why did you lie to me about your past all those years ago? I whispered in an attempt to suppress the feeling of betrayal and discomfort. I felt ashamed. Sure, maybe several millennia went by, but knowing you're the cause of the hate in the world, the reason so many more people had to die, plagued me. I have to wake up every day and see the faces of the family impacted by my destruction. The Pendragon family, a family so pure they didn't succumb to my influence. They used it to attempt good, to stop the wizards I had influenced. I am the reason dark magic was born. I am the reason Harry lost his parents. I am the reason every bad thing related to magic happened. That is what I was born to do, to create chaos. So you can understand if I didn't want you to think of me as some sort of monster. You were the first person I had met that I could begin anew with. The first person I could start off with a fresh slate. All the other members of your family knew about what I had done. It had been passed on from father to son, on my order, so that I can punish myself for what I did, so that I can be reminded of what I caused. But I eventually came to regret that decision. The death of your parents was on me, Tom. It is my fault. The magic they used stemmed from what I gave humanity. I could not bear the thought of you hating me as well. Seeing your past life memories, I couldn't let you bear and more hate than you already did that night. You were already at a tipping point. He said. I thought about his words for a long time. An entire day went by in utter silence until I finally digested everything both of them had said. I could understand it in a way. After all, Drac had suffered for more than I could ever imagine. The reason it took me a day was that I had to calm the anger I felt at being lied to. The only person I had to lean on after my parents' deaths lied to me. But in the end, I agreed to forgive him on the condition that he would be completely truthful from now on. But words were no longer enough, so we performed the unbreakable vow with Achlies as the middle man. There was nothing more to be done about it. Hating him wouldn't bring me closure. It wouldn't fix the past. So why bother dwelling on it? There was someone tangible to blame for my parents' death, and that was whom I would be focusing on. The only good thing out of all this was that I now had answers to my questions, but new ones quickly took their place. So, the thing about how my family lived and married and their history and all that is still correct, right? The whole raiding of houses and living in secrecy? I asked. I wanted to make sure. Correct. I only lied about my past. Your family and how they lived was all true. What about Liam's name? The harbinger of death? I asked. He was indeed called that. He had earned the name after all the killing he did in an attempt to protect his family. He once wanted to change the world, but that idea was short-lived. His need to protect his family took up all his time. And when we found him, well, he died that day. There was a moment of silence in the hall. It was all there. My family did indeed live in secrecy post Liam's death after Achlies manipulated the humans to go after my family. Why didn't you change the view on the Pendragons? Couldn't you have done something to stop them from chasing my family? I asked with confusion. I was a dragon of chaos. There was nothing positive about my powers. Plus, after being split, I had lost half of it. Furthermore, even if I could use the essence of light that my father had granted me, it wouldn't have been enough to stop so many people, he said. I could only nod, but I turned to the sword anyway. So, according to what Achlies is saying, you are actually almost indestructible unless attacked by one of your own species, right? I asked as I moved on to the next topic. Correct. Then why was my father so weak then? I warned him about an impending crisis that would hit the family when I was first sealed inside of him, but I couldn't quite pinpoint when. Lance tried to take the next trial in order to increase his power, obtain the ability to turn into a dragon. But he failed. He was severely injured and couldn't use any of my abilities. When he saved you, he had already far exceeded his limit and used my strongest ability to transform himself into a dragon. He had long gone past the path of no return, trying to buy enough time for your mother, brother, and yourself. He just couldn't do anything about the rest of them. The person that held him back was strong enough on his own. He answered. I understood. That was why he teleported me away. So, what Achlies was saying is the true story. You two were once a single being that passed on magic to the human race. I asked. Correct. Then why do you make me go to a school? Can't you just teach me everything? I asked in confusion. Because I want you to live as much of a normal life as possible. Being with others your age will allow you to experience things you wouldn't be able to if you were secluded in a cave somewhere for years on end. As for why I don't give you all the spells and information you need and make you get it yourself, it is because I want you to accomplish it on your own. I will give you clues and tips, but the ultimate challenges lie with you. That is how a person grows. Naturally, some situations are exceptions, he responded. I assume this must be Sapphire talking, right? All that wisdom you have must come from her. I spoke. Correct, our sister was the wisest of us all, he said with sadness. I turned to the sword with a hint of fury. And what happened to you? Seeing how cruel and emotionless you were back then, why are you being so nice now? Trying to trick me and make a comeback? I asked mockingly. Yes and no. I initially wanted to continue with my rampage, but all those years of being sealed inside of a sword and experiencing the tragedies of humans has, how do I put it, softened me up. After all, with age comes wisdom. I also got Sapphire's wisdom, don't forget, so let's just say I'm not as reckless as before. Plus, it wouldn't be any fun. There is no one to take me on if I decided to try again. Well, unless I go against you guys, but why do that when I can simply join you? All in all, I have turned a new leaf. Whether you can believe it or not, that's how it is. Either way, as you are now, you wouldn't be able to handle the negative emotions that come with me, he said simply. Before I could say anything, intense feelings of hate, anger, greed, and killing intent seeped out of me like a waterfall. I was beginning to lose consciousness. I could feel myself falling into a bottomless pit of despair. But a claw made of light burst through the darkness and grabbed onto me, dragging me up. When I came back to myself, I was covered in cold sweat, my hands were shaking intensely, and a devilish laugh could be heard echoing through the hall. Lies. Do that again and I swear. Swear what? What are you going to do? We can't destroy each other. Well, that was what I thought until just now. Who would have thought you would actually accept Dad's gift? You took the path of light after all these years, he said with surprise and disgust. I was surprised but then recalled the claw made of light that dragged me from certain death. Dracu, what made you decide to do it now? I asked. I have decided it was time for me to move on. The past wasn't going to change. It is what we do with that knowledge and how we proceed that defines us. I have a long way to go before I am versatile and proficient enough to reach my father's level. Now, weren't you here to take on the trial? As I see it, the boy doesn't even have the suit of armor yet, he interrupted. Armor? I questioned. He doesn't even know that, said Lies with clearly faked surprise. He didn't have to know until now. I was going to explain it when he got it, but since you're so impatient, Lies, I have no choice now, Drac said reproachfully. The armor is the second stage power. That was what I used to stop the truck from killing you a second time, he said before being cut off. A second time? Questioned Lies suspiciously. You will know when I'm sure I can trust you, I said truthfully. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. The second stage is pretty much my body compressed into a suit of armor. It has high defensive capabilities. Nigh unbreakable, but it takes a lot of magic to use. And it is incredibly heavy. That was why the first stage was trained. You will need to activate the first stage and maintain it before superimposing it with the suit of armor. I'm estimating that when you first get it, you'll only last 1 minute before fainting due to fatigue. Training your body will need to be taken a step further in order to increase the duration. I was starting to worry. Would I look like a muscle head with all this training? He shook away the useless thoughts and accepted the fact that I was destined to become a muscle head. Dad was just as big and strong even when he was injured, so if I look like that it wouldn't be so bad. Okay, so how does this trial thing work? I asked. Simple, there is a magic circle in the middle of the hall. The heat from the surroundings will increase to scorching temperatures no living being can endure, which will temper your body. Echlies here will attack you with his dark powers in order to temper your mind. I will be on standby just in case. Usually, I would be the one attacking your mind, but since all three of us have come to an agreement of sorts, I think Echlies deserves a chance to prove the honesty of his words. Plus, since I have gone down the path of light, most of my dark abilities have gone away, he said. I was surprised, and apparently so was Echlies. Wait, you're saying you're going to let me participate? He asked with astonishment. I have let go of the past, Echlies. You are now your own person, I must treat you as such. What? You don't want to take up the task? Okay, that. Wait, I never said no, did I? You detestable snake, he said angrily. TCH. Who's the one stuck in a sword, you piece of metal? Argued Drac. And who was the one who did that to me? Huh? Yelled Echlies as the sword began to vibrate. Because you are an evil piece of shit, said Drac angrily. Enough, both of you, I yelled. For God's sake, stop it. Enough quarreling, it's already enough with just Drac, and now there are two of you, I said while massaging my head. You're more like twin siblings rather than the same person, I said, but to my surprise there was silence. I guess. He's right, they finished each other's sentence. Whatever, hurry up and let's get started. The faster you get stronger, the quicker I can be free of this god-awful cave, said Echlies with resentment. Agreed. Tom, head towards the magic circle that's right in front of the throne and sit down. We will take care of the rest. I nodded and raised my head towards the center of the room where a massive magical circle was engraved into the ground. Pillars were erected and different-shaped dragons were on top of pedestals in between the gaps in the pillars that surrounded the magical circle in its entirety. There was only one entrance. The throne was on the other side of the encirclement, where the sword rested glowing with an ominous light. I ignored the sword and walked slowly into the middle as I observed the dragon statues. Drac, are these statues representative of something? I asked. There were only 3 kinds. Yes, they are. The lean and majestic one is the image of Sapphire. The dumb-looking one is Hesbot. And the rugged and arrogant-looking one is Zephyr. They're our brothers and sister, each representing a certain characteristic, he said with emotion. I see. A sort of shrine for them, I guessed. Correct. I nodded and didn't say any more. I had arrived at the middle of the engravings where an empty circle was. I sat there and closed my eyes. The trial will be segmented into 2 parts that superimpose themselves. The body trial. It consists of exposing the body to extreme heat. The magical circle has 3 uses. One of them will increase the amount of pain you feel by severalfold. When the pain caused exceeds your body's threshold, the second part of the magic circle will activate. It will deconstruct your body into atoms. Then the third part will reconstruct it again while making it stronger in the process. You will feel the pain of having your body torn to pieces before being put back together. Once put together again, the trial will resume and the cycle will continue. This will last until the trial no longer has a significant effect on you, he said calmly. But all I heard were the words of the devil. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. What was the difference between this and hell, I wondered. You know, every time I have witnessed this trial, I always think to myself, did Dad make a mistake? Did he seal the wrong half in this sword? He said. I could tell he was actually thinking about this seriously. Shut it, as I said before, painful but effective, he said without a care. Next is the mind trial. Echlies will simply do to you what he did before, but worse. He will show you your darkest moments and replay them in your head over and over. This will make sure you are able to handle the psychological pressure that comes with the armor. You must be able to endure the pressure it exerts on the body. The mind affects the body and the body affects the mind. If even one of them is not in balance with the other, then you will collapse. I will only ever intervene when your mind and soul are about to break down, he said seriously. The more he talked, the more sweat began to soak my clothes. What kind of lunacy was this? So, my body would go through constant deconstruction and reconstruction in order to get stronger. And my mind would be raped to the point where I could end up brain dead. Not to mention this had to do with the soul. Drac, how can you make people go through with something like this? I asked. It is the fastest and more effective way. Unless you wish to spend decades doing it the slow way, sitting on a mountain doing nothing, this is the only way, he said dismissively. I sighed heavily. This was simply stupid, but it had to be done. In any case, who cared about the repercussions of failing? In the worst case scenario, I would die. And guess what? I've already done that. It's nothing scary, so fuck it. I shrugged. Go ahead when you're ready, we're on a time crunch anyway, I said dismissively. I used occlumency to the highest degree in order to resist the evil energy from Echlies and to block out the pain I was going to have to endure for a week and a half. Huh. The kid's got balls. Let's go, Drac. I haven't been this excited in centuries. Stay close, I might go overboard frequently, he said with a mad laugh. My mouth twitched severely at his words. And here I thought he was actually the less sadistic of the two. If you know that, then rein it in, Drac spat angrily. Nah, that's what you're here for, you nanny, he mocked. You. Gentlemen, please, let's start this already, I said. I was tired of their arguing. You heard the boy, hop to it, Drac. Echlies continued to mock. I didn't think my mind would survive this. I really didn't, so I began to search through my memories for anything to would help survive and stay sane. There were anti-torture methods people used to keep themselves from losing their minds. Me, being the bored kid that I was, searched through the internet extensively about it in my past life. It was understandable. I was a walking library on the move. The amount of useless shit I have in my head was insane. But I soon understood that there was nothing that would help me against this level of physical and psychological torture. Drac, there's an issue. I don't think I will be able to withstand the pain without losing my mind due to it, I said truthfully. I would be lying if I said I wasn't fearful of losing my mind. Do you really think I didn't take that into account when I sent you here? In your current body, you wouldn't be able to stay sane with this level of pain. That's why the magical circle is here. It will put a protective spell over your mind so that you don't lose yourself. I will be here to oversee said spell. Echlies will also stop when you are at breaking point so that the spell does its job. Don't worry, after the trial is over, you will forget the amount of pain you went through via Obliviate. Otherwise, it will haunt your dreams for the rest of your life, he said. His words took all the pressure that was building off of my chest. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about, but I suddenly thought of something. How could one fail with so much protection? Drac, as if reading my mind, answered my question. One can fail due to not being able to take the pain. If the mind is not strong enough, the body will break down and the reconstruction will not be completed perfectly. That means injuries and possibly even death. There is no safety in the body trial. You must complete it once you start or it's over. The mind trial is different. The mind and soul must be safe since they are much more important. The body will heal with time, but the mind and soul, no, that may never heal again," he said solemnly. I understood. If I can't take the pain and black out, the body will fail me. That is different from the safety measures. They only stopped me from losing my sanity, not helping me endure. They were different things. It seemed I was in for a long and hellish road. I could only sigh one last time before nodding. "I'm ready, let's get this over and done with," I said resolutely. "Haha, commendable resolve, let's see if it will survive this trial," said Achilles with a devilish laugh. "No more nonsense, such lies, let's start," said Drac with incredible seriousness. "Why so serious? Smile a bit, it won't hurt," he said before staying quiet. "Tom, be prepared, it will start immediately. I pray for your success, as there is nothing I can do to help for you in the body trial." "Understood, I wouldn't want it any other way," I said truthfully. I wanted to see just how much I could endure, just how much pain I was willing to go through to achieve my goals. It was do or die. If I can't even get past this, then there is no point in moving forward with my plan. "Very well," he stopped after that. The magic circle began to light up with a red glow and seep into my skin. I was originally comfortable where I sat, but soon my butt began to hurt like I had been sitting on a car seat for 8 hours straight. It was painful just sitting there, but that was when the heat started to arrive. It started off with the heat you would feel on a summer's day, about 30 degrees Celsius, and began to rise until it hit 40. That blistering heat you feel when you step on the hot road barefoot. It spread all over my skin. At 50, I felt intense pain all over my body, the kind that you felt when you put your hand on a hot stove and kept it there. It initially felt cold, but then you realize it was just too hot for your body to react. You only felt it when your body began to burn. At 60, the pain was beginning to become overwhelming. Sweat seeped out of my pores only to evaporate instantly. I looked around and saw a bubble that surrounded me, 2 meters in diameter. A red hue was coming off of it. I assumed that was what generated the heat, but I was feeling too much pain to bother thinking about it anymore. The pain multiplier was doing its job very well. I was sitting cross-legged on the floor, but that didn't last long. There was an uncomfortable feeling that accompanied the pain, as if coming from my bones themselves. I couldn't stay in the same position. I shifted to a kneeling position with both my knees and hands touching the ground for support. It was still escalating. It was no longer heat. That faded a long time ago. What was left was raw and absolute pain. Like it came from my innermost center. It was unbearable. I stayed like that, like a stone sculpture, until I couldn't possibly bear the pain any longer, and just when I was beginning to lose consciousness, the deconstruction of my body started to commence. The first of what I knew to be many. For a split second the pain disappeared, like it was never there, like it was all a bad dream I had just awoken from. But I was too naive. As soon as I sighed in comfort and relief, a wave of pain so severe, it put the pain I felt previously to shame. I tried to hold in the scream that was banging at my throat, begging to barge out. But if I let out this scream, it would only get worse. Hearing myself scream would do me no favors. I needed to hold strong for my mental fortitude, but most importantly, for my survival. The feeling of being torn apart slowly and meticulously was excruciating. It felt like pins and needles, but so severe and all over the place. But pain accompanied it like a faithful friend. I felt bone-breaking pain all over my body that overlapped with the pain I felt before. You would think you would be numb to the pain after a while, but, oh boy, was I wrong. The magic circle made sure that keep me from going numb. There was no difference between this and torture. There simply wasn't. This pain continued for hours. I felt like giving up again and again. A small voice in my head kept telling me it was not worth going through all this, that I should give in and rest. The number of times I had almost fallen for its seductive words eluded me as I had long lost count. The waves of pain would remind me of where I was and why I was doing this. It was almost like the pain was keeping me from giving up. It was a weird concept. It both made me want to give up but reminded me about why I was suffering. During this process, I kept counting down from 7 starting from 1000 in an attempt to keep myself from focusing too much on the pain. But my consciousness was sinking, and fast. I felt like my head was plunged into the water as I attempted to take a breath. With only half a breath of air in my lungs, I soon struggled to even resist. Darkness was encroaching fast. "Tom, you idiot, get up," said a young male voice. "Darling, get up," said an older female voice. "Tom, you rascal, up you get," said an aged male voice. I knew who these voices belonged to. How long had it been since I had heard them last? A decade? I searched through the darkness only to see no one, but their voices continued to echo through my head. I clawed my out of what seemed to be a pit of quicksand and finally saw the light of the dimly lit stone hall. But I suddenly saw pitch black and a pain in my eyes burst forth. My eyes lost their light due to what I assumed to be the deconstruction process of my body. But for some reason I was able to think even though by now I no longer had a body. The pain had disappeared as well. It was natural, after all, there was no pain when there was no body to inflict it on. But that's when I heard Drax's voice. "The mind trial will commence." I finally understood. It would have been too much too soon if I was thrust into both trials at the same time, so they waited until the first deconstruction to start. I assumed that the mind trial would go on until my body was remade before continuing the body trial. And when my body was once again deconstructed, I would go through the mind trial again, but more severe. That was where my thoughts stopped as memories of all the traumatic events in both of my lives began to spring up like old friends at a reunion party. The time I was bullied, beaten and abused by the other orphaned kids, the many times I cried wishing my parents who ditched me would come back. And then, my death. But it only got worse. The memories of this life began to play, the times I saw my brother in pain and Nina and Theo's deaths began to loop. And very soon, I lost all notion of time. The immersion was too real. I was living in those memories. And just when I thought it couldn't get worse, memories of the knights and their looks of disgust. Hermione's hatred towards me, Drac leaving. These weren't my memories, so why were they appearing? Over and over, their faces contorted with disgust, distrust, and hatred as they filled my vision. Immense sadness, hate, and despair plagued me as it intensified again and again. "Make it stop, please. Don't show me this," I bellowed, only to get a demonic laugh in response. There was nothing I could do. There was no stopping. I'm being forced to experience this again and again. I didn't know when, but through the infinite expanse of darkness, a light appeared. This light was so bright it momentarily blinded me. When I was finally able to see again, I saw the same stone hall. I realized I had made it through the first reconstruction, and at the same time, made it through the first mind trial. As I looked down at my body, I was surprised. I had slightly grown again. Maybe a mere 3 cm, but for some reason, I could tell the difference immediately. But soon, strength began to course through my body, defending against the raging heat that was increasing again from 0. The second body trial was commencing. As the heat rose, I realized a major difference. What was previously my limit was now barely a breeze. It seemed that the first trial had the most noticeable boost. I also realized something. This was only the beginning. Both trials would get worse and worse as the torture on the mind and body continued. Congrats on getting through the first trial. It took you 1 day to get past the body trial, and it took you 3 days to get past the mind trial. The next level is already in full swing. I wish you luck, said Drac. I understood. My body was that of a child. Me being able to endure so much at this age was amazing, but it explained the short amount of time. The mind trial was different. I was mentally tougher, so it took much more time to reach the desired level for the trial to be completed. This meant my body and mind are not in sync. This explained the time difference. This was natural since I had the mind and soul of an adult by this point. The body was that of a child, which didn't match, so there was a sort of disconnection between the two. The trial, I'm guess, would fix this. But how? The trials will fix this disconnection you have mentioned. It will reforge your body into a proper vessel for your soul. This will not only make it more durable, but it will also make it stronger and better suited for magic. This will allow you to increase the amount of my power you can exhibit at any one time. This has not happened before since all the other people I have been sealed inside of have been adults. So we are in uncharted territory, he said solemnly. Great, so now, not only am I being tortured both mentally and physically, but now, I'm a fucking guinea pig, I said in between waves of pain that were beginning to become noticeable. Yes, we can only see what comes out of it. I didn't respond. There was nothing to say, plus the pain was beginning to swell up. The more I braced myself, the more intense the pain. I realized that even though my body had become more pain-resistant, it still hurt equally if not worse than before. There was no escaping it. But I didn't complain since it was better than the hell that appeared in my head. The body trial kept on going. I wasn't keeping track of time, but I was sure that I had broken through my record. I didn't bother to dwell on it and threw it to the back of my head as I attempted to stay awake. It was always the ending that got me. It was because my body was reaching its limit that the pain was so high. Again, I started to sink, but this time, I was able to pull myself together and stay awake. And finally, the second deconstruction of my body commenced. But I wasn't happy, because this meant that Echlys was waiting, ready to have his fun. I grimaced at the sight of the memories that were filtering through so vividly. They were completely not a part of what I had lived through. The memories had morphed into a hellish environment where everything that could go bad did. Again, the notion of time was lost to me as I plunged into the waves of terrifying memories that assaulted my sanity. At one point I broke. I simply couldn't hold on any longer. The images simply shattered me into tiny pieces. But just when I thought I would be lost, a bright light clung to me. It was warm and loving. It brought me back from the brink of total mental collapse. "We got you, kid," said Drac reassuringly. He broke as soon as I put a little more pressure on. "Tch, weakling," Echlys hissed in annoyance. I didn't bother to argue. I couldn't. I was recuperating before being chucked into the fray once again. My mind continued to get ravaged as I experienced one hell after another. The only thing I prayed for was that the memories of these encounters would be obliterated correctly. Otherwise, I would rather kill myself than have to constantly see these images day in and day out. And so, the cycle of torture continued. After every reconstruction, I found that I grew about 2 cm. The body trial lasted 2 days before my body hit its limit. My mind trial lasted 3 days and 2 hours. Slightly longer than last time, but the gap between the two trials was shortening, meaning that my body was getting closer to connecting fully. I didn't know what would happen when my body and soul connected completely, but there was only one way to find out. And there was no backing out now. Plus, I was on a time crunch. I only had less than a week to finish this. I had to push myself. The third cycle continued. My body felt stronger than last time and I was able to withstand the pain much better, but I still eventually hit my limit. As my body began to deconstruct, I was thrust into the mind trial for the third time. I was making little progress here since I was already reaching the limit of what I could currently accomplish. Drac said that once my body and soul was connected fully, they would both grow with the other. so I wouldn't have to worry about them being out of balance ever again. That was something to be happy about, but I was too preoccupied with the time. I had Drac do some magic and inform Luke and Diana to extend their holidays another week since I was delayed. They didn't mind much since they loved it here. Thankfully, Drac was able to do this without me having to move. He simply performed some kind of magic which not only created a letter, wrote in it, but also transported it via a stone owl which had also been enchanted with the ability of flight. I really wanted to learn that spell. Like seriously, having an army of stone statues seemed too cool to pass up. The great thing was that this distracted me from the majority of the pain for a while. I had made my mind up to learn the spell as soon as I possibly could. As I finished my thoughts, I was overwhelmed with the pain that was being suppressed by my fervent imagination. I needed to hit 3 days in the body trial for my body to connect with my soul. It sounded simple and uncomplicated, but it sure wasn't. I needed to get there, but I was struggling. The pain was beginning to multiply every minute. Drac informed me that I had reached the 2.5-day mark. I was so close, but the pain was too much. I was going in and out of consciousness for a long time. The hours seemed like days as the trial continued, mercilessly pounding and reforging my body into the perfect vessel. As Tom slammed down his hand on the hot stone floor, cracks began to appear. His strength had risen to horrifying levels. After all, this was magically imbued stone, reinforced with charms to increase its durability to abnormal levels, and yet Tom was cracking it like biscuits on a table. There were 2 hours remaining, and the air around Tom began to slowly churn and swirl. It became dense and thick like syrup. Tom found it increasingly hard to move. Not like he could, the pain would multiply 100 times over every time his fingers even twitched. But there was something going on. Something that made both Achlies and Drac entranced at the sight of. They were focused on Tom's eyes. One was still the same dark blue it had always been, but the other iris became white, so white it looked like light itself. But it also had a tinge of gold at the rims. But that wasn't where the changes stopped. His blue eye that had remained the same all this time changed to a pitch black. Achlies, do you have any idea what's going on? Asked Drac with puzzlement. Mate, do I look like some sort of seer? All I can guess is it must have something to do with the changes you exhibited. Maybe the change within you has sparked a change in him. After all, you did accept Dad's power recently. Maybe this had an effect on him, he said with uncertainty. But why would his other eye turn black then? He asked. Oh, that, he. I might have seeped a little of my power into him mid-reconstruction, said Achlies with an awkward smile. You did what? Drac bellowed. Relax, his left eye turned white because of you, and the other turned black because of me. See, perfect balance. This is a way of showing my sincerity. The boy is destined for great things, Drac. There are many things we still haven't told him about them. You don't think that you'll win with just you, do you? He asked rhetorically. Yeah, I was wondering why you lied to him about that. If you wanted to cause chaos, joining them would work, said Drac. TCH, that's not a choice. They would simply kill me the first chance they got. I lied since it's not worth alarming the boy over it. Better to side with you than them. I seem. But you're right, we are far from being able to take them on. They have been after us for centuries, still thinking that we're causing evil. But you have a point. Only with us becoming one again will we be able to finish this off once and for all. End the battle we started, said Drac. Exactly, but you don't expect to be able to do that without me, do you? You both need me in order to stand a chance. I doubt you would make him go through this whole thing just to beat a pompous and arrogant little wizard like Voldemort. Just imparting a few spells would have done the trick, he said with a laugh. That is correct. I didn't bring him here just to beat that Aunt Voldemort. There are bigger problems than the ones that plague a small country like England. But it will serve as a test for him. After he beats Voldemort, the true battle will commence. And those idiots will all come out of the woodwork when they hear about Tom," he said helplessly. "See, so my little trick will prove to be useful. Let me see you. Oh, I like it. The power I gave him has all converged in his eye. It seems to have modified the devouring ability. It can now take the properties of objects and add them to his armor. Simple enough, I guess. Oh wait, nope, I missed some other things. It can take the abilities of other creatures or people and add them to himself." Vague, but I guess that's okay," he said dismissively. "Oh, we might be able to put that eye power to use soon enough. Let me see what my power has given him. Oh, combat orientated. It seems that he can see 5 seconds into the future when he's fighting someone. There seems to be some illusion ability as well. Staring into the eyes of the opponent, he can make them see an illusion. The level of illusion is dependent on the amount of magic he uses. A type of healing magic is added as well, simple enough, and can establish a visual link between multiple people for a short amount of time," Drac concluded. "TCH, they seem pretty useless compared to mine," argued Achlies. "What are you talking about? Mine have way more utility than yours," Drac argued back. Just as they were about to continue arguing, the air began to solidify around Tom's skin. Pieces of metal began to form out of midair and stick to his body. It started with the forearm. The metal pieces morphed like Play-Doh and tuned into pieces of an arm guard before searing themselves onto his skin. Tom howled in pain but didn't move. The black plates of armor continued to form in midair and stick to Tom like magnets on a fridge. The process took about an hour and the pain was horrifying. So much in fact that Tom screamed in pain by the end of it. The black suit of armor that covered his now 1.70-meter tall frame was menacing yet charming to look at. He was much taller than before. But there was something interesting. He had white fluff around his collar that streamed down into a cape made of light particles. It didn't seem solid but didn't seem illusory either. As Drac and Achlies looked on in awe and excitement at the successful completion of the trials, they forgot one thing. Tom's different colored eyes were devoid of life. There was only pain and suffering. With a jolt, he sprang to life like an animated puppet and got up from his kneeling position. As he walked forward towards the throne, his steps created a massive rumble. Deep indentations were left where he stepped. His black eye had a red hue to it that radiated suffering and pain, while the white one was dim and faded. Drac and Achlies just realized what happened. "Quick, activate the magical circle. This could be bad," he bellowed. Boom! The magical circle burst with a massive bright light that engulfed Tom in it. Tom's screams echoed through the hall as he clutched his head in pain. But his originally faded white eye began to glow again with increasing brightness, counteracting the effects of the black one. It lasted for a good couple of hours before it slowly receded, leaving the now naked body of Tom standing there cluelessly. What was interesting was that there was tattoos running all over his body. They looked tribal in a way, with pictures of dragons fighting. It depicted the stories of Achlies and his fight with his family. They moved around slightly from time to time, showing the progress of the dragons as they fought. It was magical to look at. It reminded people of the moving pictures and newspapers in the magical world. Tom, who was coming back to himself, was surprised to see the vast amount of tattoos. He spent a few hours watching the story play on repeat as he watched the different battles, again and again, seemingly searing them into his brain. "The battles between your family, right?" he asked. "Correct," both Achlies and Drac answered at the same time. "Look in the mirror, kid," said Drac. Tom was surprised but did as told and summoned his wand that was off in the corner with a wandless Akio and transfigured a piece of stone into a full body-sized mirror. It was instinctual. I just realized what I had done. I hadn't been able to do much wandless magic before, but it seemed so natural now. Drac also told me earlier on into the year to focus on the instances where I did wandless accidental magic when I was little, which helped tremendously. I got a little carried away as I levitated dozens of little stones and rotated them. It looked like a solar system as they orbited around me. Small rocks, big rocks, it didn't matter. I didn't feel the weight, and what was even more fascinating was, I didn't feel fatigued. This would have been impossible to do since I would have gotten tired very easily. But it was different now. I could do this for hours. The benefit brought by the trial was amazing. But when my thoughts reached there, they froze. The stones did too before dropping. I see. I assume the obliviation of my memory went well. I asked with certainty. Yes, there was no problems. Well, for an instance you were very close to the devil himself. But we got you back, he said. I could hear the concern in his voice. I didn't remember it, but it was for the best. I shrugged it off and looked at the mess I had made. I sighed slightly before waving my hand. A ripple could be seen extending out from my hand before all the stones shot out and hit the wall, cleaning the once messy floor. I looked at the mirror with curiosity. I gazed at my reflection, which was covered in these weird moving tattoos that spanned from my legs, torso, arms and back. But it stopped at my neck. They were black in color and seemed to almost be alive as they lit up for a moment before dimming the next in a rhythmic pattern. As I moved my gaze up, I was shocked to see the changes in my eyes. What happened to my eyes? I asked in surprise as I raised my hand to my face. Echlise and Drac took their turns explaining what happened and their respective uses, which shocked me to no end. Some of its uses reminded me of a certain anime I had watched in my past life. Couldn't complain, I just received some pretty useful abilities. Especially my black eye. I had some uses for it. Especially the chance to get the abilities from creatures and people. Seems I had another use for the basilisk after all. There were also the house elves. Getting the ability to use telekinesis masterfully and gaining their experience in apparition was going to be very useful. Then there was the other ability. I knew that the sword of Gryffindor wasn't made of common metal. It was made of something called goblin-wrought silver. It allowed the metal to attain the characteristics of anything that strengthened it. If I added this property to his armor and then touched the basilisk venom, wouldn't I attain the same effect as what Harry achieved? It seemed that destroying the Horcruxes wouldn't be so difficult after all. Now I had something else to extort Dumbledore out of. The abilities in my white eye had much more utility and versatility. Having the ability to cast illusions without having to do anything was great, and no one would think that making eye contact would be their demise. Then there was the 5-second future ability. Seemed limited to battling others, but it would give me a massive advantage when dueling. As for the healing magic, great for sustain. And the shared vision was a bizarre ability. It seemed that it was only good when I was fighting with others by my side, but I didn't know to what limit. I would tinker with the ability later to see the full extent of its capacity. Overall, most of them weren't flatly OP except the future sight, but they would become immensely useful. Finally, my body, just like the little experiment earlier, I could feel magic energy in the surroundings much easier. I could feel it in my body and in everything I touched. A little more and I could probably see it too. This explained my sudden boost in magical prowess and why I was able to cast spells and charms wandless that I couldn't before. With a wave of my hand, clothes appeared from my bracelet that was off in the corner and flew towards me. I put them on and felt much better. I wasn't awkward about my body, but I wasn't an exhibitionist either. I did see that I was much more muscular than before. And my height didn't help my shock. I was already 1.7 meters tall. Dean was a little smaller now. It seemed that I was in my mid-teens physically, maybe 16 or so, but I was actually 12 years old. I didn't really care much since there was nothing I could do. I could transfigure myself, but why bother? Some people actually grew this fast. It was odd, but not crazy. I felt great. The feeling was intangible. I didn't know what part of me was different, but I felt complete. Like something that wasn't quite right before had been put into its corresponding place. I knew that the trials had worked. My soul and body were balanced. It was a magnificent feeling. All right, since I'm done with the trial, I should get going. Right, Drac? Yep, there is nothing left to do here anymore. We will only return when you're about to reach the 3rd stage. Another trial will be held. That trial is repeatable in order to unlock more power in your dragon form. He informed. I see, well, that is too far for now, and I really don't want to think about going through any more trials for a long time, I said before picking up my bracelet and putting it on my wrist. I then began to walk towards the throne. What are you doing, kid? Asked Atlize. Well, you're coming with us, of course. I'm not leaving you here by yourself. You wanted to experience the outside world again, right? I asked. Idrak, aren't you going to argue this? He asked with hesitation. Nope, I have made my peace with you. As long as you behave, I won't have any problems with you, he said dismissively. As long as you behave, tch, whatever, I don't care either way, he said. Sure, stop acting and accept already, I said with a smile. Even though I can't use his power yet since I would be corrupted by it, it didn't bother me to carry him around. Tch, fine. But don't carry me in that bracelet of yours, he said with disgust. How else am I supposed to carry you? I would look like some cosplay idiot if I went around with a sword, I said in confusion. Relax, kid, you can simply transfigure me, he said with a you should know this tone. I got it. It'll look a bit edgy, but who cares? I shrugged and waved my hand over the sword on the throne. It began to shrink and shrink until it became the size of a fingernail. It then began to hover towards me before landing on my hand. It was a single earring. It took the shape of a small black skull with a spear tip pointing downwards. It was edgy but small and wasn't noticeable. It dangled from a small ring that was placed in my ear. I mean, this works, I guess. I can see everything, so I have no problems with it, he said with a slightly surprised tone. Good, let's get going. I still have a lot of things I need to get done. Apple and Microsoft aren't going to make themselves, I said with a smile. The plan for those two companies was actually very simple. I would provide ideas for technological improvements that wouldn't have been thought of until much later on. As for how I knew these things, I can happily say it's all attributed to my stupidly overpowered memory. I played a lot of games, so naturally, I was interested in how these operating systems worked to run these games. How microcomputers were created to replace the ginormous Hainer-sized computers that could originally barely load Word if it was installed on it. The idea was to speed up the time these two companies needed to get the ball rolling. I would be working to release something close to Windows OS in a year's time. That's right, Windows OS, not Windows and not Mac, but a mixture. I would be taking the Mac OS visual and adding the Windows versatility and control that Apple didn't provide. The best of both worlds. I had the knowledge, all I needed was the right people, which Microsoft already had. But they needed computers. The operating system couldn't work its magic if it was installed on a shitbox. So that's where Apple came in. I was planning on not only speeding up the release of the iPhone, but also the release of their laptop series. This was all so that I could eventually merge the two companies together and create a colossal, uncontested monster that monopolized the market. Bill Gates and Steve Jobs working side by side would be a scary picture. Naturally, this would all be done with the use of magic. Drac could allow me to perform it undetected, and those who didn't want to work happily would be placed under the Imperious curse. This also applied to competitors in the market. I would eliminate them all quickly and easily to make the two companies' paths smoother and more streamlined. A little motivation never hurt anyone. All this was to earn enough money to fund the changes I was going to do to the ministry. After all, it would take millions of galleons to reform this broken ministry into something worthy. It would also portray me in a good light. I'm not using the money of the people, but my money instead. This would make them less resistant to change when their interests aren't compromised. Also, it never hurt to have money in your pocket, did it? Therefore, I had a lot to do this year. I had a couple of weeks to get most of my ideas sorted on paper and get the two companies rolling before going to Ilvermorny. I couldn't help out once I went to school, and even more so when I went back to Hogwarts. But after the year was over, getting from England to America would no longer be a problem due to the new ability in my black eye. Getting the ability to appair it efficiently from a house elf would come in handy. It beat learning it myself, so I had nothing to complain about. Having thought of all of this, I soon reopened the portal to my room and jumped through, just in time for the door to open and a cleaner to walk in. She jumped in fright and fell backwards, which stopped her from seeing the portal that was closing up. Thank God. I didn't have the Obliviate spell on hand. Something else I would need to get from Lockhart. His one proud achievement in his useless life was his high level and mastery in the Obliviate spell. Having his memories would save me a lot of training and time. I hurried forward and helped the poor cleaner up. "Are you all right there? I didn't see you," I said with a smile. But as soon as the woman looked up, her eyes widened. Why your eyes?" she said, pointing at her eyes, as she began shaking intensely, sweat beginning to form the more she looked into them. I completely forgot. I look like Grindelwald right now. And by her reaction, it seemed that they exerted some kind of pressure. I quickly told her everything was fine and closed the door before walking towards the mirror. "Muter oculus color," I said while waving my hand over my eyes. When I looked again, my eyes began to change color, returning to the dark blue they had always been. Better keep it that way for the most part. The last thing I need is to be stared at for my eye color. As long as no one uses Revelio, it should be fine. But masters like Dumbledore can easily see through it. After all, he is a master of transfiguration. It would be stupid to think he wouldn't notice, but until I got as good as him, there was nothing to be done about it. I walked out of the room again, in my colorful Hawaiian shirt and white shorts with flip-flops, and made my way to Diana and Luke's room. Lucky for me, they were there just in time. When I walked in, they were just about to leave. "Oh, Tom, you're back, great. We were about to go to diving. Want to come with us?" asked Luke as he gave me a hug. "Tommy, is that you? It's so great to see you. It seems all went well." Good. "Luke, why are you asking that question? Tommy will naturally come, won't you?" she asked expectantly with a wide smile. "You heard the captain." "Such a useless question, Luke. TCH, I said jokingly. "You little WOW. You've grown way too much. This is like a full 10 cms, Tom." "What did you do?" Luke gasped. I was almost his height. He was 6 feet, but I knew I would be a good bit taller since Lance was about 6'4" and Nina was surprising tall at 6'0". "Growth spurt," I answered with an awkward smile. I couldn't tell them that my body imploded and reconstructed itself multiple times, and that's how I grew. "Well, in any case, you look, how should I put this, prettier. he said with a mocking grin. Prettier? I asked with confusion. Yeah, your skin is way too clear, your face doesn't have a single blemish. You look weird, he said with a slightly scrunched up face as he took a step back. I touched my face and messy black eye-length hair and smiled awkwardly. There was nothing I could do. It was what it was. Beats being ugly though, right? And what's with the tattoos, Tom? Asked Luke with a very odd expression. I smiled helplessly and explained to them what happened. They were shocked to know that something like that could happen. I had already cast a charm on my body so that muggles wouldn't see the tattoos moving. It was like the magical newspapers. Very convenient since mine tended to move a fair bit. I followed after Luke and Diana into the elevator that soon after descended down to the first floor. The elevator music wasn't that boring music you would expect. Instead, there was some bangers playing, which I really enjoyed. I was almost reluctant to walk out of the elevator. As the doors opened, we were greeted with the clamor of people as they hurried here and there. It was loud compared to the peaceful atmosphere in the elevator. The place still had the same floral scent that it did when I first arrived, which was soothing. I did get some weird stares from people. It was probably due to the tattoos. I was wearing a shirt and shorts. I initially thought of hiding them, but then I didn't bother. 1. I would have to continuously redo the spell and I was too lazy to do that. And 2. I looked older than I was. So, no one would think I was 12. If I still looked like I did before, I would have no choice but to hide them since a 12-year-old with tattoos was too bizarre to not take notice of. I can attribute it mostly my abnormal height and now more mature face, which helped. I still had childishness all over my face, but it was much less than before. I only hoped Hermione wouldn't freak out too much. Not to mention everyone else. In the end, we managed to arrive outside where a minibus was waiting with people lining up. On the side it read Great Open Ocean Diving Experience. I slightly freaked out when it said that. I thought it would be a coral thing, Luke, not the open ocean, I said with much hesitance. Luke looked at me with much surprise. Yeah, what's the problem? Do you have something against the open ocean? He questioned. I nodded slightly. Not a very big fan of not seeing the bottom. Don't like large bodies of water, Luke. Might sit this one out on second thought, I said. As soon as I backed away, Luke grabbed my shoulder and looked at me with a grin. Who knew little Tom was scared of the ocean? I haven't seen this side of you ever. I don't think I have ever seen you scared of anything. He turned to Diana as he said that. She thought for a second before shaking her head. Yeah, now that I think about it, Tommy has never really shown this side of him, she said with a slight smile. I looked at them in horror as they stared at me with smiles etched on their faces. They wanted me to come only to see my sacred face. Where did their nice personalities go? Lies, this isn't your doing, is it? You sadistic prick, I said in my head. Where is this coming from? I did nothing, don't accuse me of something I didn't. It was him, interrupted Drac in a childish tone. I did not, you lying sack of shit, he yelled. If I do something I would own up to it. Maybe this is simply your parents taking revenge on you for being a boring-ass child mate, he said dismissively. I sighed. I didn't have a choice in the matter, and before I realized it, I was already on the bloody bus heading to the ocean. 30 minutes later we arrived at the beach where a team was waiting with boats and equipment. I really didn't want to do this. Open ocean with empty darkness below is not my thing, man. As I groaned, I was dragged onto one of the main boats which sped atop the water, bobbing up and down through the waves. The salty air and the cold spray of the ocean kept me very much aware of what I was doing. Not long after, we arrived beside a bigger ship we boarded, which was where we would be diving from. I reluctantly put on the suit and lined up behind Luke as we were instructed on the head signs and rules and how to use the equipment before jumping into the water. As I hit the water, I quickly sank. As soon as I looked down, I regretted ever listening to them. There was only water, no sea floor, nothing, only blue and black the deeper I looked down. Oh, hell no, this is not for me, I thought while shaking my head. There could be everything and their mother down there, not to mention giant magical creatures. I finally knew I had a phobia of open ocean. Nature was something not many wizards could go up against. I believe even Dumbledore would be swallowed up by nature's wrath. As I looked around, a massive school of fish appeared which originally scared the shit out of me. All I saw was a massive shadow heading towards me, but I knew that where schools of fish were, predators followed. And I was right, sharks soon appeared. Even if I was a wizard, sharks still freak me the fuck out. But I had to calm down. Getting scared wouldn't fix the issue. I saw the other tourists heading closer to the boat and decided to follow. I soon found myself entranced in the almost dance-like routine the sharks and fish did. One lunged forward while the other morphed into different shapes as they dodged. This lasted for a while before both parties moved away, leaving only the empty expanse of water with small chunks of mutilated fish. What surprised me, though, was that I no longer felt so scared. A very slow but steady feeling of comfort and familiarity seeped into me as I observed the emptiness of the ocean. The currents that clashed, the occasional fish, the waves, it all had a rhythm to it. I was not longer scared but immersed myself in the rhythm, enjoying the feeling of being one with nature. Time flew quicker than I thought, and by the time I realized it, it was time to go. For someone who was initially scared shitless, I was almost reluctant to leave. As I headed back to the boat, I suddenly heard a sound that sent chills down my spine. When I looked back and down, I saw something that might potentially haunt me for the rest of my life. From the depths, a head emerged. The unsettling part was it didn't have eyes, meaning it was probably from the deep since vision was not needed at such depths. But the sheer size of it sent intense shivers down my spine. As if that wasn't enough, arms sprang out from either side of it, extending towards me. As it moved upwards, I finally saw most of its body. It looked like a serpent, but it had a small round head and arms. When I looked up, I was shocked to realize how far from the surface I had actually deviated. I realized why I felt so comfortable. It was due to this thing. It had been influencing me somehow. "'Kay kid, I suggest you run for your life," Drax said quickly. "No shit," I said before moving upwards as fast as I could, but it felt like a dream. Like those dreams where no matter how fast you run it feels like you're not moving at all. And finally, I saw long bony fingers cover the sides of my vision. It had reached me. I knew I shouldn't have come. Fuck the ocean. This place is a death trap. What are the chances of meeting this thing? Why is my luck so atrociously bad? As it began to clench, I saw the fingers getting closer. I sighed. Fine. I didn't want to have anything to do with you. We could have gone our separate ways, but you forced me, you piece of shit monster. I cursed before turning around. I grinned while looking at the monster's mouth that was slowly opening. Boy, who would have thought I would be battling a sea monster? I said with a self-mocking smile. Suddenly a massive, muffled explosion happened just as the monster was about to touch Tom. Intense heat exploded outwards as it made contact with the water. Like an underwater volcano. Within the epicenter, a knight could be seen in black armor covered with black flames that weren't being put out by the water. It was like they didn't obey the laws of this world. "I'm going to make sushi out of you," said Tom as he extended his arm forward. "Jehannam Ignis," he yelled. A massive jet of black fire exploded out from his hand in a sphere that expanded in all directions. It touched the hands of the monster, instantly searing the flesh to the bones before that too disappeared. The monster, which was about to eat Tom, halted and screamed out in immense pain before receding into the depths and astonishing speed. "Where are you going? You think you can come and go as you please?" he yelled and attempted to descend. "Stop. You have 30 seconds before you faint. Your body can't go on for much longer. Take this time to leave before it comes back. That monster is called the trench. That little damage won't stop it for long. It has immense regeneration, something we can later devour when we have the chance. When you're much, much stronger, it will provide strong survivability," he advised. "Fine, I'll be back for you," he said viciously. "Ascendio," he yelled as he waved his arm upwards. His body ascended at fast speed. His armor was stripped and receded into the tattoos like it was all an illusion. Just when he was about to break the water's surface, he noticed his broken suit. "Integram reparation," he said with a muffled voice while underwater. His once broken suit mended itself, even growing new parts to replace the old ones. Splash! When I finally broke through the surface of the water, my suit was mended completely, much to my pleasure. I also realized that people were starting to look for me since I hadn't returned yet. But my encounter was short, so they didn't panic enough yet, and everything went fine as we made our way back to shore. Fuck, this is why you never go to the ocean. My fear is not without basis. I will, without fail, avoid the ocean for as long as I live. Except to kill that thing, since it can be of use, I'll be back for it. But until then, no water for me. No sir, I though while shaking my head. But I soon heard Luke's voice off to the side. "Tom, where did you go?" We were beginning to get worried. "We couldn't find you anywhere," he said with concern. "It seems the current took me further away than I realized. Luckily, I noticed soon enough. Everything is fine, don't worry about it," I said with a smile. Luke and Diana relaxed slightly and nodded before drying themselves off. It took about an hour to get back to shore, and as soon as we jumped off, I rushed to the dry sand and laid there facing the sky. "Thank God. Dry land. I love you, land," I said with joy. I would have kissed the ground if I didn't want to eat a mouthful of sand in the process. It was an exhausting day and one I would not repeat. One ocean experience was more than enough for me. As we headed back on the minibus, I fell asleep. After all, using the armor did drain me of my stamina quickly. When I awoke, the first thing I saw was Luke shaking me slightly with a gentle smile. "Time to get up, bud. You can sleep in your room." I nodded slightly. I stretched my body while seated, which sent a wave of pleasure through my body. It was similar to the way you feel when you stretch while in bed, that nice feeling. It didn't take long for me to fully wake up before hopping out of the bus. The staff from the excursion were very nice and had wide smiles as they saw us off. I didn't care for much else and didn't bother to look around, and quickly made my way over to my room, where I fell asleep as soon as I touched the pillows. That was very unexpected. "We're lucky it was not full grown, or we might have died today," said Drac with a solemn tone. "Yep, who knew it would appear? They usually stay dozens of kilometers below sea level. I wonder why it appeared there," he said with seriousness. His playful attitude was absent. "Anyway, it is what it is. There is no need to dwell on it any longer," he said before saying quiet. "Do you think that the kid has what it takes to face them?" Etchlies asked spontaneously. What brought this on?" "Didn't think you cared about this so much," said Drac in a surprised tone. "Well, shock, I do. Now answer me." "Well, I believe he has what it takes. But I'm not 100% sure. We will have to wait and see. Etchlies, that is all we can do," he said with a trace of uncertainty. Silence permeated the room after they finished talking. I had heard everything they had just said. It seems that there was something bigger going on that they didn't tell me about. Something that even they are hesitant about. Can't be anything small. I'll wait until they're ready to tell me, but it seems I have one more thing to train harder for. The night passed quickly after that since I didn't struggle to fall asleep. I was awakened by the sound of birds and the crashing of the waves against the sandy beach. I slowly opened my eyes to see the beautiful rays of sunshine shining through the window and onto the carpet, giving it an orange glow. I got up and walked out into the balcony and leaned against the guardrail as I observed everything quietly. There was much to do. I got a rush just thinking about what I had to do at Ilvermorny. Unlike Hogwarts, Ilvermorny was an actual school with very good standards. There was much knowledge that I could find there that I might not be able to find at Hogwarts. I would need to use my devour ability to assimilate knowledge from the students more frequently. I had never stopped practicing legomancy, so my mastery over it increased steadily and at a fast pace. I should be able to get a lot of information that would otherwise take me months to get normally. This would save me a lot of time. But occlumency was another matter. I really wasn't talented at all in it, and have recently plateaued off due to it. It seems there was nothing I could do. I highly doubted there would be students learning occlumency at Ilvermorny, so I could only rely on my own efforts. Luckily, I was proficient enough to protect myself, which was enough. The gentle, cool, salty breeze hit my face as I thought about this, awakening me. I got dressed and headed out of my room. We were leaving today after all. I would be taking the plane with Luke and Diana back to Los Angeles before parting with them. I needed to take a plane to Seattle since Microsoft was there. I didn't have to worry about needing money. Luke and Diana would pay for the ticket there. They asked me what I was going to do after that, and I said that Drac had a contact that would help us. They didn't ask since they trusted me. Although I hated lying to them, it was inconvenient to say I was actually just going to use Imperio on some people to get the money I need. Luke and Diana weren't rich people. This vacation already took a lot of money out of them, and I couldn't bear to make them spend any more. So even though I didn't want to, I had to do what was necessary. Naturally, I would target the rich. Their donations would be very helpful. As for how I would know who's rich or not, well, the bank would help with that. I would find out who can tell me which are the people with money using Imperio. After locating the targets, I would make them transfer a small amount of money. I would do this a couple of times until I had enough money from different people. After all, I needed funds to pump into Apple and Microsoft. As for loans, I would force the bank to agree using Imperio so the companies had enough money. I must say, Imperio might become my new favorite spell at this rate. It was simply too useful. Who cared if it was a crime? Muggles could only blame themselves for being so vulnerable. I really felt evil, but it must be done. In any case, no one would know about my little crimes since Drac could stop all magical detection. If a wizard did find out, well, let's hope that doesn't happen. For their sakes. Hee hee. That's the spirit, tomboy, said Achlies with an evil laugh. Don't encourage him, Achlies, you idiot, Drac said with reproach. TCH, whatever, he's not doing anything wrong, he's simply using the gifts bestowed to him. Taking advantage of it to get ahead is completely reasonable, he said seriously. Yeah, but it doesn't stop it from being wrong. A bit of compassion and restraint goes a long way. Make sure to not hurt them, Tom, said Drac. Relax, I'm simply playing some mind tricks, nobody will get hurt, I thought with a shrug. As we had this conversation, I boarded the plane towards Los Angeles. I really needed to find myself a house elf. Learning to a parrot was paramount. I can't take this plain shit any longer. I was having a hard time restraining myself from leaning over and caving in ahead of the kid who was screaming his head off. All I can hear is a subtle ring in my right ear. Silencio, I mumbled as I waved my hand subtlety. The child stopped screaming instantly, much to the visible relief of everyone around. The plane ride was calm for the most part. My silencing spell lasted the entire flight, which brought peace to the plane and allowed everyone to sleep. The child kept screaming but in silence, which puzzled his parents. I would undo the spell when he wanted to talk or answer questions, and when he began to scream, I would silence him again. It was annoying, but at least it was peaceful. I spent all of my time talking to Luke and Diana, watching movies and playing card games. I wanted to make sure to spend the last moments with them since I wouldn't be seeing them for a long time. About a year or so. This was because I would directly appear at to Diagon Alley, buy my Hogwarts uniform and appear at just outside the school. I wouldn't go back home. Several hours later, the pilot announced our descent towards Los Angeles. The sinking feeling in my stomach appeared again as we descended, and the roar of the wheels could be finally heard after several minutes as it made contact with the tarmac. We walked out of the plane and collected our luggage and took a seat at a random restaurant within the airport. "This is where we say goodbye, Tom. Please be very careful. I'm still very unsettled about leaving you on another continent alone, but we also understand that there are some things that you need to do. We will be awaiting your return," said Luke with a serious expression. "Thank you for going along with my ludicrous request. And I understand your worries, but I'm not alone, remember. Plus, I'll be safe at the school," I said with a nod. "Have a good trip back and stay safe. I'll send you a letter upon return," I continued with a smile. Diana gave me a big hug and tons of kisses on both my cheeks before finally parting. Luke gave me a strong hug before leaving. Their next flight was in an hour, and they still had to go through customs and all that stuff. My flight was tomorrow, which was annoying, but it was what it was. I gave them a wave until they disappeared. Once they were out of sight, I smiled, got up and walked to the airport exit. There was no further reason to stay here. I waved taxi down and got in. The man was surprised to see a kid in his cab. "Where are you parents, kid?" he said as he stretched his neck over to see out the car. I simply smiled. "Set up the anti-magic detection drac," I said in my head. "Got it." I waved my hand slightly. "Imperio," I whispered. The man who was initially looking at me with a frown instantly changed. His face loosened and he sat back straight. "Where do you want to go?" he asked as if nothing was wrong. "The Ritz-Carlton Hotel, please," I said with a smile. "No problem. Fasten your seatbelt and we'll be on our way," he said with a nod and pulled out of his parking spot. I fastened my seatbelt and looked out the window, taking in the view. America was vastly different to England, but that only made it more interesting. Especially when I reached Ilvermorny, that would be extremely fun to experience. It didn't take longer than 20 minutes to reach the expensive hotel. I chose this one since I saw it in a travel brochure. It was expensive, but it had a 5-star rating. And since magic allowed me to bypass payment, I would treat myself to a good stay. As for them remembering or snitching about what I did, the Imperio curse seemed to make the target forget certain things. They didn't know they were under a spell and would be oblivious to any abnormalities. They would think everything was in order. So, there was nothing to worry about. When I arrived, I simply got out and told the driver that I didn't have to pay. He didn't even flinch and nodded before driving away. I walked into the hotel and straight to the reception desk where a good-looking lady was writing something. When she saw me approaching, she was surprised but beamed with a warm smile. "How can I help you?" she asked. I waved my hand and used Imperio again to book myself a suite. I used a random name I came up with. I received the keys very quickly and made my way up. Magic was simply too convenient. Not many other wizards would be able to pull this off since 1, they would need wands, and 2, there were auras and places that tracked the use of magic in public places. Drax simply bypassed all of that. I slotted the key into the door that swung open to reveal a massive room. Everything was luxurious and beautiful. There was a chandelier hanging from the roof, and underneath it was a wooden table with a vase holding roses. The room had a massive bathroom, massive bed, and a big balcony. The kitchen was there too, but who in their right mind would use that when there was room service? I got myself some chicken using Imperio and wolfed it down as I sat on the bed. After having a good meal, I started training again. There was no easy way around that, sadly. The day went by quickly after that and I went to sleep. The next day I took a taxi back to the airport, made my way through customs and finally boarded the plane heading to the state of Washington where Microsoft headquarters were located. They were my first target. I would spend about 2.5 weeks there, before going to Apple headquarters in California and spend the same amount of time there. I really didn't have to be there any more than that to supervise everything. All I needed to do was establish myself as a shareholder in both companies, give them the relevant ideas and technological knowledge and let them do the rest. They were the geniuses, not me. The plane ride was tranquil with no screaming children. This was the last flight that was paid for by Luke and Diana, which was a good thing for 2 reasons. 1, they could stop spending money, and 2, I could move up into first class, which I was planning to do on this flight anyway. I simply used Imperio on a flight attendant to let me get into the first class area and then used Imperio on a man who was traveling alone. I really did love this curse. It was too useful. The man gladly gave up his seat and took mine back in business class. I felt half bad for him, so I got the attendant to give him first-class food and the such to make up for it. The difference between first class and the rest was like that of night and day. The comfort was also elevated. I easily fell asleep in the quiet and respectful environment. The flight wasn't too long, so I only slept a couple of hours. I woke up to the same sinking feeling that I still hadn't gotten used to. It meant that we were descending. The smell of rain assaulted my nostrils as I walked out of the plane. It was raining heaving, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Rain was like a haven for me. I had finally arrived in Seattle. I got confused at first since there were 2 Washingtons. One was Washington State and the other was Washington, D.C. They were on opposite sides of the country. I didn't bother to check why, but I must admit, the laziness of these fellows is astounding. But there might be a reason for it. Or not, who cares? I got through the Seattle airport and walked out into the rain with a wide smile. I spread my arms open as if embracing the rain. It was about 6 in the afternoon, and even though it was still light out since it was midsummer, it wasn't too bright. It further improved my mood as I simply walked along the concrete walk path as the rain pelted my shoulders. Some people were looking at me oddly. Again, the tattoos, and because I was in a bright yellow shirt with floral designs with blue shorts and flip-flops. I really liked how simple and cheerful this getup was. Fuck suits and all that, sure, I stuck out like a sore thumb most of the time, but since when did I start caring about public opinion? I raised my left arm to see the ever-changing tattoos that depicted a portion of an ancient story. Naturally, the muggles couldn't see it, but that didn't stop them from being attracted to such a young kid with tattoos. Raised my hand and glided it over my hair, pulling it back since it was obstructing my vision. "Where should we go, gentlemen?" I asked. "Let's go exploring a bit. I haven't seen the outside world in centuries, and you haven't seen much of America," Achlies reasoned. "What about you, Drac? What do you think?" I asked. "I don't mind. I haven't seen America in a couple of decades, so why not?" he said in affirmation. All right, exploration it is, I said with a nod and continued to walk through the rain. We walked aimlessly across the streets exploring. I walked into a store and bought myself some more Hawaiian shirts and shorts before walking out of the store. I also bought some shades that I put on and continued to walk before flagging down a cab and heading towards the Space Needle. I always wanted to go there. It was incredibly tall and looking at the city from up there was a fantastic experience. I wish Luke and Diana could have joined me, but alas, maybe another time. After all, this wouldn't be the last time I came to America. After spending an hour at the Space Needle taking in the crazy view, I searched for a 5-star hotel and got myself a suite using Imperio and slept soundly. The sound of birds in the morning could be heard, accompanied by the sound of traffic, honking, and so on. I stretched before getting up, washing my face and getting changed into my Hawaiian outfit. I wasn't even ashamed to stand out, it was comfortable. I walked into the elevator and pressed the button with the one on it that symbolized the first floor. When the doors closed, I felt the same sinking feeling again that lasted a couple of seconds before the elevator came to a stop. There was good music playing. When I walked out, I headed to the exit and flagged down a cab and got it. "Where do you wanna go, young man?" asked the cab driver. I was surprised he didn't question me, but it was best this way. "Redmond, please," I said with a smile. But the cab driver looked surprised and hesitant. I sighed and used the Imperio curse on him. His face changed from a frown to a wide smile and started driving. I didn't need to explain why or convince him to make the trip. Nor did I feel like it. I had better things to do. Luke gave me enough money to pay the dude in any case. I would feel too guilt since he did go quite far. I really needed to find some rich fellow with a lot of money and get him to graciously donate some of it to me. But that would have to wait. For now, I sat there with my eyes closed practicing occlumency since it was lagging behind. It got harder to progress the further in I went. Unlike legitimacy, it didn't flow easily, it was like chipping away at a rock with a plastic spoon. It was annoying and grating, but I had to do it. It took about 30 minutes before we arrived at Redmond. I got the cab driver to directly head towards Microsoft's headquarters. It was early in the morning, so I had a lot to do. When we arrived, a big building was erected with the oh-so-recognizable square with 4 different colors. This was where the dream will begin. For the next 2 weeks I would be here, creating something that wouldn't be created until much later. And even then, it would be changing it into something better. When I hopped out, I paid the driver, which happily sped off back the way he came. I looked up at the building and couldn't help but smile. When I walked in, I was given weird stares from the staff that was working or walking past. I didn't really mind it and headed straight to the reception. It was a young man with overly gelled hair and glasses. His tight shirt looked like it cut his circulation. "Hey, I would like to schedule a meeting with Bill Gates," I said with a smile. The man froze for a second and looked up at me with a frown. He glanced at me before forcing a smile. "I'm sorry, but what is your name?" he asked. "Thomas Knight. I'm not affiliated with your company," I said calmly. Upon hearing that, the young man typed on his computer before shaking his head. "Sorry, Mr. Gates is busy at the moment, please come back another time," he said with a mocking smile. "TCH, why do I even bother with this shit?" I grumbled. "Pardon?" The man's frown deepened. "Shut up," I said dismissively before waving my hand. I whispered Imperio and the man's facial expressions changed. His frown was no longer there, and a serious expression surfaced. He began to furiously type on his keyboard before looking up at me. "Esteemed guest, Mr. Gates is very busy with a meeting. I would recommend coming at another." "Shut it, take me to the meeting room," I said with annoyance. Right away, sir, he said with a flat expression as if nothing was wrong. I walked behind him with my hands in my pockets. We glided into an elevator with a couple of other people who gave me odd stares. Is there a problem? I asked. They were startled by my sudden question. One of the women shook her head, and no problem. Then stop staring, it's impolite, I said with a grin. The woman nodded slightly and mechanically turned her head to face the front. All the others were surprised by our conversation and followed suit, not looking at me any longer. With a asterisk ding asterisk, the doors slid open and the young receptionist walked out. I followed closely behind him. We were on the 7th floor or so. I wasn't very surprised by how big the building was since I didn't expect any less from a mega company to be. We soon walked through a bullpen area where all the junior employees worked. They were typing away furiously at their keyboards. It was chaotic, chatter was everywhere, talking about coding and this and that. It started to give me a headache. I was surprised that the meeting area was on the same floor as these rookies, but what did I know? It didn't take long to reach a separate area that was much quieter. There were rooms encased in glass with several groups talking about their own things with others, but it was all soundproofed, which was nice. As we walked past, we arrived at the end of the floor where a much bigger room was. There was a big round wooden table with coffee and tea jugs evenly spaced out across it. Paper was everywhere. People were writing things down furiously as someone presented something on the board. I instantly recognized who it was. Bill Gates. On it, he was talking about Windows 3.1, which had just been released in March. Being someone from what equated to the future, seeing something so archaic made me cringe slightly. But I understood that what they were making was innovative at this time. It was very much praiseworthy. But that was where it stopped. I was about to rock these nerds' brains. This is the meeting room, sir, said the receptionist as he stopped by the door. Thanks, pal, you can go back to whatever it was you were doing, I said while patting his shoulder. He nodded and vanished from sight. I turned back around and walked in as if there was no one in the room. But as I did, I heard Bill talking about something as he pointed at the board. We need to improve the virtual memory and loadable virtual device drivers so it allows for increased sharing of arbitrary devices between multitask DOS applications, said Bill in a stern voice before pausing for a moment. The protected mode allows for access to several megabytes of memory without the obligation to participate in the software virtual memory scheme. They run inside the same address space, where the segmented memory provides a degree of protection. But this is not enough. We need to start increasing this. I don't believe that several megabyte will be sufficient in the future. We need to increase storage while maintaining the amount of protection, he said before stopping and looking in my direction. Who might you be, young man? This is a private meeting. Who let you in? He asked with a slight frown. I smiled at his question. I didn't answer right away, but instead made my way to the end of the table nearest the door, opposite Bill. There was a plump man sitting there eating a donut. I simply grabbed him by the tie, lifted him up with one hand before placing him gently back on the ground. I then took his seat and placed my feet on the table. The faces of everyone present showed immense shock at the little stunt I had just pulled. Why are you acting like you own the place? It's cringy, said Achlies with a mocking laugh. I simply ignored it and began to talk. I'm here to make an investment, I said with a wide grin. Bill looked at me in puzzlement. I simply shook my head. Imperio, I whispered. All of the people in the meeting room, as if electrocuted, jumped up from their seats and left the room like a bunch of robots. Bill was stunned for a moment as he observed this. Now, let's get started, I said with a smile. Who are you? He asked again, not taking his eyes off his colleagues that left after a simple wave of my hand. Thomas Knight, but my name is not of importance. After all, I'm a simple nobody, I said with a smile, but Bill shook his head. No, a smile nobody wouldn't be able to get here in the first place. Nor would they be able to do what you just did. You must have a purpose in coming here. And going off of your past words, it seems it has something to do with my company, he said calmly while taking a seat opposite me. I couldn't help but smile and nod. This was so much better than hanging out with a bunch of 11-year-old fools. Correct. Very correct. What I will be giving you is the gift of knowledge. Knowledge that will crack open a new era, I said before serving myself some tea that was already on the table. Knowledge? I do not mean any disrespect when I say this, but what can a young man like you provide? You can't be more than 15, he said seriously. None taken, don't worry, if I was in your shoes, I would be thinking the same thing. But let's just say I know things that will blow your mind. Let me put it into perspective for you. Right now, you will be starting Windows 3.1, a simple update for Windows 3.0 in 1995. You will reveal Windows 95, the next major consumer-oriented release of Windows, which supports for native 32-bit applications, plug-and-play hardware, preemptive, long file names of up to 255 characters, and provided increased stability over its predecessors. Windows 95 will also introduce a redesigned, object-oriented user interface, replacing the previous program manager with a start menu, taskbar, and Windows Explorer shell. This is only some of it, the tip of the iceberg, I said with a smile. But Bill was shaking. It seemed he understood everything I was saying. It was better this way. I needed him to understand the future. Where are you getting all this from? Most of what you said is incredibly difficult to do, not to mention some of it is innovative, he said with shining eyes. As I said, knowledge. You will get it all. This is just the shitty version. Bill almost fell from his chair when I said that. I struggled to hold in my laugh. It was understandable for the current him. What I was saying sounded insane. I'm not going to ask where you got this information from anymore. I really don't want to know. I understand the value of what you are saying. The only thing I don't understand is what you hope to get from this, he said with a slight frown. I once again nodded. He composed himself quickly. It's simple. I am in need of money, so I'm deciding to invest in 2 businesses I have chosen for their potential. I paused. Money? He asked. I am not investing money, no, that's too cheap. I am investing knowledge that is invaluable, not to mention ahead of its time. All I ask for is a seat at the big table, to earn revenue to make up for my generous investment. I have decided that your company is one of the 2 I will invest in, I said before taking a sip of my tea. Bill was staring at me with wide eyes. I see. May I ask what the other business is? Apple. You need good computers to run your operating system. Apple will be in charge of creating that for you, I revealed. Bill bowed his head in thought for a moment. He soon raised it again. How advanced is this knowledge? He asked. About 20-25 years ahead of its time or so. Naturally, the computers wouldn't be able to run the system we create. That is why Apple is so important. I have about 2.5 weeks here before I head to California to deal with them. In this time, I will impart my ideas, knowledge, and everything necessary to get the ball rolling. All I need is a big chunk of the company's shares in return. I don't want the majority. I have no interest in running the company. I'm only interested in the outcome, I said simply. Will you be able to guarantee that Apple can develop a suitable computer? He asked. Of course. That is not to be questioned. But the biggest kicker about all of this is that I know a secret most companies are still not aware of. Something that will alter the course of humanity. And it will launch next year, I said with a wide grin. Bill perked up immediately at the sound of that. Something called the internet will be launched next year. Originally, it was meant to be a military thing. The purpose: it allows everyone to be linked together no matter the distance. I continued to explain what the internet was and its history to him. We can take this opportunity and create an app that allows people to link together. And having computers never before seen with a great operating system, we will dominate the market. Competitors will be decades behind, I explained with a smile. But Bill suddenly frowned. If what you say is true, then keeping it a secret and not exposing our tech will be a massive issue. Haha, no, don't worry about that. One way or another, your competitors will vanish. A lack of security will not be a problem. Heck, you could even leave your doors open and the result wouldn't change. I laughed loudly. Why? He asked. Because I said so. If I don't want a business to succeed, it will fall within the week. You do not need to worry, I said seriously. After all, the only thing I needed to do was walk into their office, use Imperio on the necessary people, and the companies would disappear. I could see Bill shake slightly. It was hard to determine if it was out of fear or excitement. But I soon got my answer. How can I trust your word? After all, I would be taking a big risk here. A massive one that could ruin everything I'm building, he said seriously. Understandably so. I nodded before waving my hand again. Imperio, I said calmly. Bill's seriousness disappeared, and he sat back down on his chair with a wide smile. To a happy cooperation, Mr. Knight. He spoke. To a happy cooperation, Mr. Gates. I nodded back and emptied my cup of tea. Involving lawyers and contracts was a waste of time. I walked out of the Microsoft offices an hour later. It really was tiring, and my throat was sore from all that talking. It was the most I had done in a long time. Was it wise to tell them about their future products? Asked Drac. I don't see why not. It brought me an edge and made me sound mysterious. I had the advantage in that conversation the entire time. Not telling them would have forced me to waste more time convincing him. I could have simply used Imperio, but I would have had to explain some things anyway. At least the outcome was the one we wanted. I'll have to spend the next 2 weeks or so here, giving them all my knowledge of their software. Such a headache. I'm already dreading it, I said with a slight laugh. I got the reception to call me a cab, so I simply stood there for a while before one drove towards me. I hopped in and told the driver to take me to the best hotel in Seattle. But I quickly noticed a problem. The driver was giving me odd stares through the mirror. This isn't going to end well, will it? I thought to myself. I felt uncomfortable the entire ride. I simply wanted to get out, and soon my suspicions proved true. The man pulled into a secluded area that was run down. Obviously, not the hotel I had asked for. Don't tell me he's a child rapist, I thought as a shiver went down my spine. The man suddenly smiled insidiously as he got out and walked to the trunk of the car. I turned around to see him pull out some chains and bolt cutters. He then opened up my door and dragged me out. Sorry, kid, today isn't your lucky day, he said with a malicious grin. Why, you're not going to rape me, are you? I said, faking a shaky voice and a scared face. The man froze at my words and looked at me oddly. No, I'm not that fucked up, he said, evidently offended. He continued to drag me behind him until we arrived at an abandoned shed. Inside, a strong smell of damp and dust permeated the place. Decay, rust, and the odd clanging of loose chains were heard. As he tied me up to a post in the far corner, he turned around and walked to the car again and pulled out a long knife and some other kitchen utensils. He then walked back and placed them on a rusted metal table full of garbage that was opposite me. Right, because cutting kids into bite-sized chunks is much better, I said sarcastically with a mocking smile. He was stunned at my response and put down the knife he had just picked up. "Are you bipolar, kid?" he asked as he looked at me oddly. "No, I asked. "Why are you so strange then? One second you're scared, the next you're calm. Are you pretending to be brave?" "Oh, yeah, you are, aren't you?" he said in realization, and the sadistic smile surfaced on his face again. I sighed and shook my head. "Anyway, where are you going to start? Toes, fingers, tongue maybe?" I asked calmly. The man began to laugh when he heard my words. "What a weirdo. Maybe you have a preference?" he said with a smile. "Right, I am the weird one here. And you didn't answer my question." I spoke, ignoring his question. The rattling of the chains continued to echo through the room. The man's fat belly giggled as he stood. "I'll start with your tongue, then your fingers, then your toes. Happy?" Damn, I was right. "You're so boring. Be more original," I said while shaking my head. What he couldn't get the words out of his mouth as the sound of chains snapping could be heard. His mouth was agape as he stared at me. I swung my free arm that still had a chain around it, bursting forward and wrapping around the fat man's thick greasy neck. I then sped forward, my other hand clenched into a fist with a chain wrapped around it. I landed a powerful haymaker that sent him flying. I didn't want to kill him yet, so I limited my strength. He was only knocked out. I stood next to him with disappointment. TCH. I shook my head before unwrapping the chains around my arm. I then swung it around a beam that was on the roof and tugged. The fat man was soon dangling like a pinata. I made sure to transfigure the knife into a chair so that the fucker didn't hang. I then got a piece of scrap metal and turned it into a bucket I filled up with water. Splash. The water hit the man's face, rousing him from his sleep. He looked around before realizing what was happening. He began to panic as he attempted to seep his fingers between the chains and his neck. But his sausage-like fingers were too fat, so he failed. "Don't bother, Chubby. It isn't going to work," I said with a mocking grin. Let me go, please. I won't harm you again," he said. PFFFT. Bruh, who is the one hanging from the ceiling? So, moving on. I have a little present for you. Lies, you can have your fun with him for a while. I'll go take a nap, I said before transfiguring my sunglasses into a mattress I then proceeded to lay on. Hey, with pleasure, said Lies before a wave of dark magic seeped out of my earring and rushed towards the fat guy. I could hear his melodic screams as he was psychologically tortured by Lies. I made sure to use the silencio spell on him so that no one would hear. I also used the muggle repellent spell I had recently learned from Drac while on the plane. Asterisk. When I woke up, 2 hours had gone by. I hopped off the bed and looked up to see the fat guy staring absent-mindedly at the wall while drooling. "Did he break or something?" I asked as I poked the man's belly. "Yeah, he might have snapped," said Lies awkwardly. "Damn, you're a crazy motherfucker, Lies, you know that. Glad I got Drac, who knows what would happen if I was stuck with you alone," I said with small traces of fear. "Wise words," Drac chimed in. "I.M. In accent," Lies announced word by word. "Sure you are. Anyway, I think this place needs a paint job. This is beyond gruesome, but I need to toughen up. This world is ugly, I can't be a bitch or I'll be stepped on," I said before pointing my finger at the fat man. "Bombarda Maxima. The man blew up instantly. I placed a pratico spell in front of me to block the debris. Pieces of flesh and blood were everywhere. We can let the police waste their time with this, I laughed before erasing all my magical and non-magical traces. Why must you be so brutal? Asked Drac seriously. Because he tried to kill me. I'm only giving back what he deserves. After all, if I was powerless, it would be me all over the floor, not him. Those that have treated me with kindness, I will repay that kindness tenfold, and those that treat me with injustice, that hurt me, that hunt me down, that hurt my friends, I shall repay that injustice 1,000 times over. That is something I have sworn to live by. The smell of rain soon rose and mixed in with the already damp and stuffy smell in the shed. Not to mention the metallic smell of blood that joined the party. It really was terrible, almost made me gag. Having felt that there was nothing else to do, I walked out of the shed and towards the cab. What should we do with this? I asked, holding my chin whistle in thought. Destroy it, Reducto should do the trick, said Drac within its simple tone. Right, that should work. Reducto, I said, extending my hand outwards. The care instantly shuddered from the spell and began to twist and convulse as if it was alive before reducing to a big mound of metal dust. Good stuff. I nodded, content with the effect. So, what should we do now? We have a lot of time on our hands. I asked. If someone heard me, they would think I'm crazy. Talking to nobody would garner such effect. We can go visit the magical shopping district that's in Seattle. There might be something good there. If not, just experiencing the difference in culture should suffice to entertain us, said Drac. Good proposition. What about you, Achlies? Do you have anywhere specific you want to go? Nah, I'm just happy to be out of that god-awful cave. Plus, I already had a lot of fun, so I'm happy to go anywhere, he said with a rarely seen nice attitude. Okay, it's decided, we're going to the magical district. Where is it? I asked. View. Both Drac and Achlies stayed silent. Damn, it's fine, we can go back to the airport and ask one of the people there. They should definitely know, I said confidently. I walked for about 20 minutes and found another cab driver. One was normal this time. I check with legilimency just to be sure. Yep, not a murderer, I thought with a chuckle. Where are we off to? He asked. Seattle Airport, please, I answered. Got it, put your seatbelt on and we'll be off, he said with a smile. Asterisk. I walked out of the airport an hour later with the location of the magical district. It was near a bar called The Hideout. Convenient name for a place that hides a secret community of people. It seems that there was something appealing about bars as a location to access the magical world. But it was a minor detail. I grabbed a cab and was pleasantly surprised to find out it was the same man. The ride to the bar was peaceful. The man told me stories about his kids, which were Zoe and George, 12 and 10 respectively. How Zoe was into sports and music and George was into video games and reading. I listened quietly. It was nice to just relax and enjoy the company of nice people. When I arrived, I left a big $100 tip as a thank you for the enjoyable time. I turned around to look at the signboard that read, The Hideout. The man at the airport said that all I had to do was go into the alleyway behind the bar. It was sealed off, so you couldn't access it or see it from the street. There, a trash can would be situated in the corner. All I had to do was turn the trash can lid 3 times clockwise and cast any charm as proof of magical identity, and the passageway would open. It was practical and easy to remember. As I walked in, I noticed the bartender immediately. Voluptuous and beautiful. A vast difference between that and Tom in the leaking cauldron. I smiled slightly and walked past the bar and headed towards the alleyway. There was a door specifically for that purpose. The bar was almost empty, which was uncharacteristic for a Friday night. I noticed that the bartender was looking at me but ignored it and pushed the door open and walked into the alleyway. It was practically empty apart from a few spare chairs, tables, and boxes that had something in it. I didn't bother to check since it was none of my business and directed my attention to the gray rusting trash can situated exactly where the man said. I walked towards it and performed the steps exactly as told. I cast the Akio charm and pulled a chair from the corner. To my surprise, the trash can started to tremble and transform. It turned into a metal face that floated several inches off the ground. "What do we have here? Tourist again?" asked the trash can. It took me a while to compose myself from the surprise. It reminded me of the Sorting Hat in Hogwarts. "Yeah, you can say that." I nodded. "Oh, English accent, but a trace of Scottish, and what's this?" A pen. I kicked the lid instantly. It smashed into the wall with a loud bang as the sound of metal hitting brick resounded throughout the entire alleyway. "I would watch my mouth if I were you," I said as I played with the spark of black fire that floated in my hand menacingly. It turned into a skull made of flames that looked at the trash can before disappearing. "My apologies. I should have known better," it said. I didn't answer immediately, but instead cast the Muffliato spell for secrecy. "Okay, so, tell me, how do you know I was a Pendragon?" I asked curiously. "The tattoos, lad. Your great-grandfather had the same ones," it answered quickly as if scared of being kicked again. "I see. Well, keep it a secret like you have been, please. Now, if there isn't anything else, I'll be taking my leave." I couldn't finish as the trash can interrupted. "Wait, take me with you. I have been in this corner for decades doing nothing. I can be of use to you. I assume you don't know much about America and its magical community, right?" it said confidently. "Correct. I don't mind you coming along with me, but I can't carry a trash can everywhere," I said seriously. "Kid, are you thick? What did you do with me?" asked Lies. "Right. I forgot. Well, you're lucky tin can," I said with a smile. The trash can seemed extremely happy about being able to come along. "Here, I'm sending you information on a magic seal that will allow you to establish a contract with another creature. It is a very old spell. It will bind you together as master and servant," Drac said suddenly. "Why? Do I really have to make him my servant? Isn't that excessive?" I said out loud. "I would be honored, young man," said the trash can. "I mean, this is fine. Do what you want." "Are you sure you want to do this?" I asked. I wanted to make sure he was okay with it. "Yes," he said adamantly. "Okay, Drac, what do I need to do?" I asked. "Draw the magic seal on the trash can and then drop a bit of your blood on it. That will effectively seal the deal," he said. I nodded and got to work. The trash can stayed still and I was able to do it quickly. It seemed that even if it was old, the seal wasn't hard to draw. I then cut my finger with a transfigured knife and dropped it on the middle of the seal. The blood fell on it and instantly seeped into the metal. To my surprise, the trash can began to change shape. It turned into a silver ball of metal that sunk in certain places, slowly forming the outline of a person huddled with their head between their knees. It soon expanded and grew before turning into the shape of a full adult. He looked like fucking Gandalf. But Gandalf in suit and tie. It was strange, to say the least. He was completely made of silver, but was so intricately detailed that if he had the right color shading, I wouldn't be able to tell he wasn't human. It reminded me of the Silver Surfer with a beard. He then bowed. "Thank you for letting me accompany, young master," he spoke. "Young master?" I asked in confusion. Yes, since I'm following you, it is only right that I address you appropriately, he said with its only right this way tone. He looks like a butler. Hehehe, I have my own Alfred now. Do you have a name? I asked. I do not, he said dejectedly. Why? I asked. I do not know. I guess I was not worthy of one, he said even more dejected. Drac, why doesn't he have a name? I said in my head with a frown. Your great-grandfather was an oddball, to put it very mildly. He was strong, but he did things for no rhyme or reason sometimes, he said. I see. Okay, your name from now on will be Alfred, I said with immense glee. Thank you, young master, said Alfred with joy written all over his face. My great-grandfather may have thought nothing of you, but, since you are now with me, it is only natural that you deserve a name, I said with a smile as I patted his shoulder. Yes, young master, he said with a smile. Okay, so now we have to deal with the whole issue of leaving the entrance to the magical district without a way to open it, I spoke. Since I took the Truck-Kun, how were others going to get in? Do not worry, it can be easily fixed, said Alfred before lifting his hand up. Pieces of metal began to converge on his location before creating a big ball of silver. It then began to change shape and took on the look of a trash can, lid and all. I was surprised that he could do that. Maybe I should have called him Magneto instead. How did you do that? Oh, that. I can control metal at will. I guess it's an ability of mine, he said with a dismissive shrug. I began to smile instantly at the mention of an ability. You're thinking what I'm thinking, right, guys? I said out loud. Yep. Do it both, Drac and Achlies said at the same time with slight excitement. Haha, Alfred, stay still for a second, I said with an evil grin. Alfred looked at me in puzzlement, but soon changed as his jaw dropped and he shakily pointed his finger in my direction. That I, and no, you can't be related, right? He asked in extreme shock. I could only shake my head with a wry smile. You mean Grindelwald, right? If so, then no, I'm not related to him. We simply have a similar looking eye, I explained. I see, that's good then, good, what a relief, he said in a meek voice. I stopped paying attention to what he had to say and concentrated on directing magic towards my left eye. It took me 30 whole minutes to finally pull it off. I kept failing to supply it with enough energy. When I did, though, a wave of dark magic surged outwards and swept past Alfred. I saw him reacting to something as he began to look at his hands in puzzlement. The wave of black energy then receded like the tide and a whirlpool was created in my left eye that collected it back up. When it was all gone, the alleyway became silent. I had closed my eyes to concentrate on the information and new sense I had acquired. The feel was weird. It felt like pins and needles, but all over my body before disappearing quickly. I lifted up my hand and a wave of invisible energy rippled outwards. Pieces of scrap metal sprang to life and sped towards my location as if pulled by a strong magnet. The ball of rough and mismatched metal objects began to seemingly melt into a ball of silvery liquid. Then I used my imagination and visualization to turn it into a small golem. I pictured it to be about as tall as my knee and looked like those rock golems from video games. I raised my head to look at the shocked expression on Alfred's face. Why, young master, what was that? How did you pull that off? That was what I just did, he asked while stuttering. He seemed to be struggling to process what he had just seen. I smiled and explained to him the effects of my left eye to him. He was once again shocked but soon nodded in understanding. I see, it seems that your potential dwarfs that of your great-grandfather, he said seriously. Congrats on acquiring a new ability. This should come in handy on some occasions. You should look for the Pendragon locomotor spell when you are at Ilvermorny. Since you seem to have a fetish for creating an army of statues, you can now do so. After all, you have the ability to create anything out of metal. Naturally, you'll need to increase your proficiency with the ability as well, he said seriously. What do you mean proficiency? I did great, I said indignantly. Really? Take a look at the thing you made, he said with a laugh. I peered down to look at the stick figure that was all twisted and malformed. It looked like a piece of Play-Doh that had been squeezed in one's hand. I grimaced at the sight. It seems it wasn't as easy as it looked. Fair enough. About the spell, 1, it's not a fetish, and 2, I will most definitely do so when I have the chance. I nodded seriously. Voldemort may have an army of inferi in that shitty cave of his, but I have an army of metal at my disposal. Congratulations, young master, interrupted Alfred. Thank you. Now that the key to opening the gate has been replaced, we have to do something about your appearance, Alfred, I said while gazing at his silvery self. Oh, that, haha, that is nothing, he said and stood there silently for a few moments. Before I could ask him what he was planning to do, his outer look began to change. He took on a Caucasian skin tone. His beard turned white, his eyes turned brown, and his suit turned gray with the proper textures. He looked normal except for the beard, it was too long. Is that better? He asked. Yes, but trim the beard, it's too long, I advised. He nodded and the beard began to recede before a well-trimmed short, white full beard took its place. His hair also shortened. He looks exactly like a butler now. Perfect. Now, I think I've spent enough time in this alleyway. Let's go explore Magical District, I said with a smile. Alfred took the lead and turned the lid on the trash can clockwise 3 times, and then I performed a spell. The brick wall quickly opened up in the same manner as the one in the leaking cauldron. As soon as it did, a similar view to Diagon Alley was presented to me. The bustling streets filled with people. There was almost no difference between the two countries. Well, the most notable difference would be that there were a lot more people in business suits and conservative clothing. The children were the only exception. They still wore different colorful clothing. The smell of candy permeated the air as I walked down the cobblestone path. I looked for the source and found it without much effort. I saw children running around with weird sweets in their hands, mothers reprimanding them to no avail. The stores looked cleaner, straighter and more contemporary as opposed to the 1800s approach Diagon Alley followed. I still preferred Diagon Alley thought. Something about old buildings cramped together with a lot of people gave it a homely feel. These buildings were evenly spaced out and colorful in their own way. The pet shop had a big owl on the front, which looked around with its beady eyes. It had a brown roof and through the windows a massive room filled with animals could be seen. One of those expansion charms again. I looked up at the signboard which read Robert's Magical Familiars. Next to the shop was one that had a big red book on it that turned its own pages. The building was completely back and inside a massive array of shelves stacked with books could be seen. I was tempted to walk inside, but refrained from doing so since I wanted to continue looking around. I made a mental note to come back though. Across the street, there was the shop that sold candy, which I had already seen, and next to it was a shop that sold pranks and gimmicks of all kinds. It reminded me of the shop Fred and George would later go on to open. As I continued forward, I reached a big intersection where the road split into an X shape. There were dozens of shops and buildings that did their own thing and sold their own stuff. But one caught my attention, a fortune-telling store. The notice at the front said that they could read your future. I was very skeptical of this, but there was definitely something real about it. Since divination was taught at Hogwarts, there must be some truth behind it. I didn't think much more about it and decided to give it a try. When I walked in, though, I was assaulted by the weird type of smell that dazed me for a minute. It was a mixture of odd-smelling smoke which I assumed came from the scented candles spread across the room. When I came back to myself, I saw a small interior different from the vast interiors that were squeezed into seemingly tiny exteriors I had seen before. This one was actually small. I saw a small man sitting at a desk with a globe filled with some smoky substance in front of him. When he saw me come in, the man smiled slightly and raised his hand. "Hello, young fellow. Here for divination?" he asked while pointing at the chair opposite him. "Yep, although I'm skeptical of this whole thing, I don't mind giving it a try," I answered with a shrug. "I can understand why. Divination is a tricky subject. Most of the time it is pure nonsense since they are inaccurate, but on the off chance it is accurate, it can prove to be quite useful," he said with a smile. I nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Harry's prophecy proved true. As I sat down, I was offered some tea, but the experience with Dumbledore made me wary of any such drinks. "So, are you ready?" he asked with an eager expression. "Sure, what do you want me to do?" I asked. "Touch the crystal ball until I tell you otherwise," he said before closing his eyes. I shrugged and placed my hand on the crystal and waited there patiently. Soon, the smoke inside began to darken and quickly became completely black. "That's enough," spoke the man suddenly. I took my hand away from the crystal and observed the smoke that was floating around. The man opened his eyes and placed his hands over the crystal and began to chant something. I couldn't tell what it was since he was mumbling, but soon the images that the crystal ball showed captured my full attention. I even saw Alfred peering at the globe from the corner of my eye. The smoke swirled as it took on shapes before undoing it. This reminded me of the mirror of Arised. It seemed to not be able to make its mind up. The man was beginning to frown. Several minutes went by and still nothing. Just when I was ready to get up and leave, the crystal shattered and a massive black skull made of smoke appeared in the room. I tried to move, but I was paralyzed. Not out of fear, but something was stopping me from moving. My attention waned from the skull when I noticed the man drop off his chair and onto the floor, where he began to convulse severely. A couple of moments later, he stopped and slowly got up with a lifeless look in his eyes. The skull turned to him and seeped into his body. His eyes turned completely black as he stared at me. "The prophecy has been shattered. No more are they fated to fight, for a new soul has descended from the skies above. The roar of a dragon shall fan the flames of war once more, one that will shake the foundations of magic itself. Many will participate, from neighbors to those of distant lands. Secrets shall be revealed for all to see, chaos shall ensue, and the ending result will decide the fate of millions. Loved ones shall perish if not careful. The clash of titans shall soon be upon us," the man said in an eerie voice before the skull seeped out of his body like smoke through the gaps on a door. The skull took one last look at me before dissipating into nothingness. "What the fuck was that?" I asked in my head. I had a splitting headache for some reason. "We'll have to wait and see, kid," said Drac solemnly. I 100% knew he knows something. Etchlies probably knows something too, but are refusing to tell me. I have my guess. But there were many possibilities. Too many, in fact. Considering what Drac and Etchlies were talking about before, I can only think it has something to do with that. I then threw the thoughts to the back of my head. I wouldn't get anywhere with speculations and hypotheses about what could or couldn't happen. Power was all that mattered. With it, I wouldn't care who came to hurt the people I loved. I would crush them completely with no hope in sight. This only served to motivate me further. I could only wait and react to the changes that occurred around me. There was only so much I could do with this information as my current self. I then walked forward and helped the man back to his chair. He was holding his head with a deep frown etched on his face. "You okay?" I asked. "Why, yes, I should be fine. What happened?" he asked. "Nothing, you just fell unconscious after the crystal exploded." I lied. He didn't need to know something that didn't concern him. The crystal ball exploded? And nothing else? That seems very strange. I'm sorry for that, young man. This visit is free of charge since I have inconvenienced you, he said with a warm smile. I shook my head and handed him 10 galleons. "Why?" he asked as he held the money. "For the crystal ball, after all, it was because of me that it blew up. Is that enough to cover it?" I asked. I had no clue how much it cost. He shook his head slightly. "Sadly no, but this is more than." I cut him off and handed him a pouch with 200 galleons. "This should be enough, right?" I asked. "This is. Thank you very much, young man," he said with much appreciation. "The least I could do. Have a nice day." I waved and walked out of the store and took a breath of fresh air, absent the fumes of scented candles. "Young master, was it necessary to give him so much money?" asked Alfred. I didn't answer right away and instead cast the Muffliato spell. I did so because he provided me with a warning and insight. That prophecy I just received is worth much more than 200 galleons. A war is coming, Alfred. And I'll be damned if I let anyone I care about be caught in the crossfire. This visit has been incredibly fruitful. Now let's head to the hotel. I need to start training my new ability," I said before heading back the way I came. I had already spent an hour here and I only covered a fraction of the magical district. It seemed I would have to make another visit. Unbeknownst to Tom. This is not good, Achlies. This is just like the last time. We now know something is coming, but we don't know when. And worst of all, Tom isn't even remotely ready to go to war. Fuck, this is such bad timing. Drac cursed in anger. It's not that bad when you think about it. We let him eavesdrop on us so that he has some knowledge of what's to come. The good thing is, we know something is coming. Before it was uncertain, now it is confirmed. We can plan for that. But you are right, Tom is far from ready yet. But we can't push him more than we are already. The boy is already running at maximum speed as it is. Any more and it will have an adverse effect," Achlies said. "You're right. The good thing is that the plan doesn't need to change. We can still reap massive benefits from the plan me and Tom came up with," said Drac. "What do you mean? What plan?" asked Achlies. Drac took the time to explain the plan he and Tom had concocted, and the purpose. Achlies was laughing his head off when he heard it. "I like it. I understand how useful this plan will be when we take into account the prophecy we just heard." As I walked through the opening in the wall, I found myself back in the alley where I met Alfred. I pushed the back door open and the same dimly lit bar with the same female bartender could be seen. As soon as I made it out of the bar, I was drowned in rainwater. It seemed to be raining intensely. I could only wonder why it wasn't raining in the alleyway. As if understanding what I was thinking, Alfred began to talk. "It is because there is a charm placed in the alleyway. It stops rain, wind, hail, anything really," he explained. I nodded. That was what I had guessed, but it was good to get the answer anyway. I waved down a taxi and hopped in it with Alfred in tow. "Where are we going?" the driver asked as he looked at us through the mirror. I gave him the address of the hotel I was staying at. He pulled out of his parking space and drove off under the incessant downpour. ****. 20 minutes later, we arrived in front of the hotel. I used Imperio on the driver and he drove away as if nothing happened. I walked into the hotel and straight to my room. But as soon as I walked in, I remembered that Alfred needed a bed. I was lucky my room had a spare, but when I told him where to sleep, he looked at me oddly. "Young master, I don't need sleep. I'm not human, remember. I will simply stay here and make sure everything is okay at night," he said seriously. I was stunned for a moment before face-bombing. I didn't take that into consideration. The dude is practically the Terminator. But something was bugging me. Alfred wouldn't be of much use in a magic fight. He would be blown to pieces in seconds. So, I got him to sit down at the table and began to discuss an idea I had in mind. "Okay, Alfred, I want to ask, how resistant are you to magic?" Not too much, I would say. I think spell would still deal damage to me," he responded with uncertainty. I wanted to throw a spell at him to test it out, but I didn't want to kill him. "Fuck it, I'll make you a magic tank then," I said with a shrug. "Drac, is there any type of magic I can engrave on Alfred that will negate offensive spells and charms?" I asked with a grin. "There is, here, I'll send you the information. This magic circle will absorb magic directed at him. It will then be stored as raw power, which can then be incorporated into attacks. Since he can't use magic, he will be relying on physical attacks, so I think this will be perfect for him. It will also tether his consciousness to it. So as long as the core stands, he will not die," he said. "Wait, Alfred, you can't use magic?" I asked. "No, young master, I can only control metal," he said while shaking his head. "Okay, well, Drac just gave me the information, so can you turn back into a ball so I can engrave the magic circle onto your body?" I asked him. Alfred looked puzzled but nodded anyway. His body lost all color and he reverted back to his silver self before melting into a ball of silver. I then took hold of it and began the process. It took about an hour to do simply because I was processing the information as I worked. It was slow and tedious, but I finally finished. "Okay, Alfred, turn back into your human form. I want to try out the effectiveness," I said with a smile. The ball of silver morphed into a human shape and regained its color. I lifted my left hand and pointed it at Alfred. "Say still Bombarda Maxima," I said in a hushed voice. A small invisible wave of magic rippled out and landed on Alfred. But instead of a massive explosion that would have ripped a hole in the roof and floor, Alfred began to shine slightly and the magic disappeared. "Young master, I feel that magic being stored in my body. It's forming a core of sorts," he said with a smile. I nodded contentedly at the results, but a thought dawned on me. "Drac, what happens if the core is destroyed?" I asked. "It will explode, and Alfred will die immediately after. That is the drawback of using this engraving. His consciousness lies within the core," he said seriously. I was shocked and seriously explained what would happen if the core was destroyed to Alfred. He took it pretty well. I wasn't too worried since, in order to destroy it, you would need to use physical attacks and shred his body to pieces to find the core. This included magical attacks that had a physical property to it since Alfred couldn't absorb non-metal objects. So, he wasn't completely unstoppable, but he was at least 100x harder to kill. I nodded contentedly and went off to my room, leaving Alfred in the living room doing whatever it is he wanted to do. I needed to practice my new ability and start working at Microsoft for the next 2.5 weeks. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 weeks later. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I just got out of the airport in California where Apple headquarters were located. I had spent the last 3 weeks in Seattle, a couple more days than planned, but there was nothing that could be done about it. It couldn't be rushed, and even so, I spent 10 hours a day making sure that all the plans, blueprints, and ideas were done and ready. It was exhausting, to say the least. The nerds had great ideas though, and Bill even improved upon my designs. It just went on to show just how much of a genius he was. I wouldn't be checking back with him for a while, but I was more than comfortable leaving the rest up to him. I was also just as confident in Steve Jobs. I would need to do everything I did at Microsoft but all over again from zero. I was also planning on creating Pixar with Steve and creating the basic outline for all the movies that would be massive hits. It was going to be great, but the chances of getting everything done was slim, especially if I added Pixar into the mix. So, I would have to wait and see what could be done. Another 2.5 weeks went by, and a lot had happened. I was able to easily convince the necessary people. There were also those required a bit more persuasion, but they too soon fell in line. I shared my ideas with Steve Jobs, who instantly got to work. Everyone was like a well-oiled machine as they scurried around like rats on cocaine. I still had to work obscene amounts of time in order to fix up issues and clear away any of the uncertainties. I wasn't able to start the Pixar project simply because I would need to spend a minimum of another week here. Another problem was the money. The influx of cash wouldn't start coming in until next year. So, there was nothing I could do. A movie studio needed copious amounts of money I currently didn't have. Not that I couldn't find investors, but that would also take up an uncertain amount of time. I had a week to get ready for Ilvermorny, and a lot of things needed to be bought. Uniform, books, materials, and so forth. That would take time. Then I needed to find out how I would get to the school itself. I didn't know if they had an equivalent to the Hogwarts Express or not. As I washed my face and got dressed into one of my now many Hawaiian outfits I had grown so fond of, I bumped into Alfred, who was doing some martial arts. I had decided to train him in it since he was a physical attacker. Naturally, I didn't have the time during the last month, so I simply passed him the relevant memories pertaining to it. It was much easier this way, and he would get a hang of it much easier too. 2 birds, 1 stone. He was now very fond of martial arts but developed a sort of fetish for muscles as a byproduct. He would flex in the mirror whenever he had the chance. It was a headache to look at. "How did you develop this hobby of yours out of martial arts?" I asked him. "I have no clue myself. I just developed it after seeing you train topless. So I did the same, but I looked lanky, old and decrepit, so I decided to put on some muscles, and I grew addicted to flexing them. Look, here's my double arm front bicep," he said, pointing at the mirror before flexing. His muscles bulged, even thought they were made out of metal. He wasn't monstrously muscular, but had the perfect amount to make you say wow and holy shit without being disgusted. Naturally, he was still massive, but that didn't hinder him from looking normal. It seemed he knew his limits and deflated back this normal self in a suit and tie. "Sorry, young master, did you need anything?" he asked while scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "Nothing, I'm leaving for New York. That's where the biggest district of magic is and where I'll find all of my school necessities," I said before walking out the door. I popped on my shades and walked out of the hotel and towards the parking lot. In the corner, a jet-black Mercedes-Benz sat there begging to be driven. I smiled every time I saw this car. I hoped in the back. The leathery seats had a great texture to it. The tinted windows stopped the sun from incinerating the leather, and for increased privacy, Alfred hopped into the driver's seat and put the key into the ignition, and the car roared to life. He then pulled out of the parking and sped towards the airport at insane speed. I was caught off guard by his reckless driving at first. Even though I was going to die. But then I learned that he was actually quite good at it. It was mostly because he would become one with the car. he would fuse his body with it and only left his upper half for everyone else's sake. After all, seeing a driverless car on the road in this day and age would be too shocking. 3 decades needed to pass before self-driving cars became a thing. But the thundering roar of the car as it sped down the highway caught the attention of the cops that were usually there to stop speeding. Soon I could hear the sirens coming from behind me. I could only shake my head and tell Alfred to pull over. The cop alighted from his vehicle and made his way over to Alfred's window. "Good afternoon. Do you know why I pulled you over?" he asked. Alfred shook his head. "Because you were going 140 on a 65-mile-per-hour road," he said half-exasperatedly. I could only chuckle at his actions. But this caught his attention. "This is no laughing matter, boy. Now, this is not all of it. Your tinted windows are too dark, the car is too low." He continued to point out all the modifications I had done to the car. Naturally, all of them were illegal. Yeah, I'm done listening." I stretched my hand out of the window and used Imperio on him. He immediately left. I also told him to get rid of everything relating to me. It was the best I could do until I learned Obliviate. The reason I wasn't learning right now was that it took an incredible amount of time to master it. If I did anything wrong, I could leave permanent damage to the target. So, I was only waiting until the end of the year and devour Lockhart's memories concerning the Obliviate spell. It would save me months if not years of time.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.